or picking up your in-game sound. Alternatively, you could just use push to talk. It's up to you. I don't really care.
Wait, what was that?
Your microphone is picking up your in-game sound, so either set your microphone threshold higher so that it doesn't pick it up, or just put yourself on push to talk.
Okay.
Okay. Can everyone hear me?
You're a little quiet.
A little quiet. All right. Let's try that again.
This stream sounds good and clear to me.
Yay!
Look at all of the covert discussion between Leif and John here in the text thread.
Right.
Let's see what you guys have plotted.
That was actually from the first time he showed up.
Nice.
And Laurel was like, "Who's this guy in the chat?" I was like, "Don't worry about it."
Yeah.
Within 2 seconds of us having a conversation.
Let's immediately befriend him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was smart.
Where's the post on how to stab dragonborns?
If you leave things up to the druid, everyone will be a friend.
Tin. Oh.
You scared him.
I know. He's gentle like a flower.
Okay. Can you now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're just quiet. Let me see if I've got you turned up. No, I had you at normal. I turned you up a little.
Okay. I'm just trying to figure out the sensitivity settings. Headphones in.
You just sound like you're far away from your microphone.
I think I'm good. Ooh, that'd be nice. I have Bluetooth earbuds in. Need to put it up.
You guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Little muffled, but we'll turn you up.
Okay.
Thanks,
Okay.
Discord.
Just because I'm talking with my fist in my mouth.
Oh, okay. Stop hitting yourself.
You feeling any better, Tim?
Yeah, a little bit.
Did you catch the Rona?
No. Or some stomachy.
I mean, you could have caught the Rona and just not known about it.
Yeah, that's true. I think we should all just probably assume that we have it and then panic.
Yeah, no, we should open everything up and just let it wash over the country, and then we'll be good to go.
Sure, yeah.
Or my pastor
What's
said
left?
he took care of it.
Oh, did he? Oh, that's
right.
good.
Yeah, he
Blew
blowed
on
it
it.
away.
Is your pastor, who's that possessed guy?
Smith Copeland?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
That's the one.
He blew it away.
Yep.
The mighty wind.
What a set of lungs on that guy, you know?
Oh, God. Well, he just either blew it away or spread it everywhere.
He's got a lot of years on him. I mean, once Garrett is his age, he should be able to blow away the coronavirus. Like, he's
Garrett,
on that trajectory for sure.
when are you going to start televangelizing, Garrett?
I mean, technically, we already are.
Oh, shit.
forced us all to be like PAX TV.
Well, when you need money, you let me know. I know a lot of old people.
It's good. I have some like old Gatorade that's from the Holy Land that I could give to them for like
Ooh.
healing property. Proven to cure all diseases.
It hasn't been proven not to do that, so
And it's really just helped catalyze your faith. So
Nice. Make sure you dilute it with holy water, though. Can't be too potent.
true. Yeah, you don't want to burn from the inside out from the right of my old kid.
So you guys ready for some sewer living?
Some shit. Where's our summary?
Oh, I put it in the new section called Session Summaries on
Information.
Discord. No, on Discord.
Boop.
Oh.
Let me click around. Oh, sweet. Oh, nice.
John, would
Yeah.
you be able to get me another character sheet so I can put the animal stats in there, and then I can
Yeah.
pull them up when
I'll do
when I
that.
check. Laurel's a total badass.
What? What are you talking about me
Alright.
for?
No, you're awesome. You set up my sheets.
That I did.
Oh, that's so sweet.
I know he's got a color-coded macro bar. I don't even have that.
Fuck.
Yeah. Super
Well,
organized.
I have the ability to select every token in the room and hit one button, and it'll automatically roll initiative for all of you and
That
pull it from your
sounds like
sheet.
magic.
Nice.
I'm so excited. This is like all of this work was worth it for just that one macro. But now I also have one for saving throws, so I can select a token, hit a button, and then it'll just ask me what saving throw I want to do.
Wow.
John, are you able to roll certain people with advantage for initiative?
No. So with yours, what we'll probably have to do is just have you. I'll roll everybody, and then you click it again.
Got
see
it.
What happens?
I like it in principle that I have advantage on some initiative rolls, but it's a bit of a hassle to handle.
Yeah, it does
Online.
seem problematic. Yeah,
Makes
I
a lot
think
of sense.
right.
Very eager for a fight.
Yeah.
One of the things that I think I have a ranger in another campaign. I think what we ended up doing and what because it's not the initiative getting advantage is a UA thing from that Unearthed Arcana ranger
Oh,
thing.
okay.
It's fine, but the way we had it on my character sheet from doing it through D&D Beyond was that I just had I don't know 8 initiative or something, which I'm guessing is just doubled initiative. So if we wanted to just double your initiative or something like that, that might be effectively the same thing.
I leave it up to you.
Yeah.
work.
Well, we'll just keep it going like this for now, and then we'll fuck
Yeah.
with it later. Any word on Matt?
No, I think he's probably trying to set it up.
Oh, he's calling me. One sec.
This music is making me like confront my mortality, and I'm not really about it.
We're about to do a lot of that.
Damn.
A lot of what?
I said this music's making me confront my mortality, and I'm not happy about that on a Sunday afternoon.
Isn't that what Sundays are for?
I guess.
I'm really enjoying the ever-evolving, like, complexity of what we're doing. I just googled how to set up, like, a graphic for when we're on break on Streamlabs, so I think that'll be next week.
Ooh. Yeah, it's the production value of our game. It's so funny from the first time we played, where I was just like dragging tokens to the screen, and they were like weird, like they didn't fit the shape, so they're just like squished versions, like all sorts of like no outlines, nothing really. Gorak was all squishy.
I love it.
That's just how he
This
is.
is dope.
Squishy boys.
Yeah. Oh, looks like Matt is on, so he'll probably be joining soon. Online.
There he goes.
Oh,
So close.
R.I.P. Matt. I can also disable whether or not people can draw on the map. Not that that's been a problem, but more power.
So, reform Wangs.
No more wangs. We got to keep the stream PG, anyways,
Yep.
for all those future viewers.
Well, then we might need to do Joe Hoff.
Hello, this is me. Can you hear me?
Hey, yeah, we can hear you.
Very sorry.
Look at that.
No worries, dude. Okay, so general update. I'm guessing Life's here, just muted himself.
Yeah, I'm here.
So I've decided to let people see health bars on it. So hopefully,
He's like, maybe not. And then you just disappear.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, guys.
yeah. So anyway, so I'm displaying health bars. So if you want to update, keep your like HP updated in your character sheet in the game, then it will actually update your little health bar above your head. So like people can see how well or bad, and you have like privilege to edit your own bar, so we can see it. Anyways, kind of cool new thing trying out.
Yeah, the easiest way to do that is just to click on your token and change the number that's in the red bubble above your token.
And you can do you don't have to do math, you can just click your bubble. Oh wow, Marcus is doing
I'm feeling it.
you click on your bubble and hit like minus 20. If you just type that in, it will subtract 20 from whatever the previous number was.
Awesome.
Yeah, so that's pretty handy. Other things, I have a new initiative thing, so you guys don't have to roll initiative. I can just select all of you, though if you do roll initiative, it'll automatically open the initiative tracker, so we don't have to deal with that shit anymore. And what else? I don't know. Probably everything else is just on my side. Are we all good to go? You need to wait for anything?
Looks good to me. This is awesome as always.
Okay. Oh, that thing's dead.
It came in crystal clear, man. This is dope.
Oh yeah, sweet. Okay, so you guys find yourself in this kind of dead end, if you will, of the sewers. Having, I don't know, I did the summary over here, but basically having accepted a quest to investigate something that's killing people in the sewers, you guys went in and figured out that that thing was in fact a robot person named Damon, Leif's character. Having been cornered by some cultists, you helped Damon fight his way out, and now you guys find yourselves sort of rallying in this room, and you have to kind of decide what you're doing going forward.
Is Damon logged into Roll20?
Oh shit!
Yeah, am I not?
You're probably in the regular one. Join the one called testing. Sorry, that's my fault because I should have changed the name of that one to something else. That's our backup in case this like deletes all of our characters because I used this enhancement suite thing. There we go.
Yeah, I guess we should change the title of this to 2.0.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I changed it to testing just to. Anyways, I should have changed the other one to old or don't enter. So
this makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. So yeah, you guys find yourselves in this sewer, and yeah, just for the record, to remind everybody, you were given access. You're in the Crimson Rats territory. You were given access to come here from a man named the Mediator, who you met at the Brackish Inn. You found bodies of dead Crimson Rats on your way in, and you've now learned that Damon was responsible for killing all of them.
And if I remember correctly, we found a note, right, that said that there was some sort of operation going on down here, that they were trying to transport Damon. And
you found a note, which I didn't actually write up for you. That was basically the cultists, an order for them to capture Damon and bring him back to the operation, which you don't know what that means.
Right. And we had wanted to check that out, but we're all a little worse for wear, so we were just going to make our way out for now, I think, and talk to Big Pete.
Correct. And Damon had requested that you get him out of here.
That's fair.
We've not encountered a vile monstrosity or anything like that. Like, that's what we were sent on here to find, right?
You were sent to figure out who was killing the people in the sewer.
Okay. So the Mechano Man is the vile monstrosity. Okay.
Presumably, yeah.
Let's get out of here, everyone.
Yeah. Is everyone okay? Does anyone need healing?
I'm fine.
Good for now.
I am at full operational capacity.
All right. Hayeza, are you all right? All right.
Is Stan's mic working?
He is typing on Roll20.
Yeah, maybe not.
We were hearing you earlier.
Are you at push to talk?
Yeah, you gotta hold it down while you're talking if you're trying to use push to talk. His mic keeps flashing like he's frantically pressing the key. Hold it, Stan. Okay. So basically, you guys come around the corner, back into this alley into this sewer. The air is thick and musty. The sewer itself is fairly disgusting and dirty. Johoff feels right at home. The rest of you are a little bit nervous about your surroundings. And as you come around the corner, you find yourselves looking down the alleyway or down the corridor where you can see some Crimson Rats have gathered around the bodies of the Crimson Rats that you found earlier.
Does it look like there's a way to go around them?
Not as far as you know.
I look over to our robot friend. Is there any way that you know to get around them?
My familiarity with the surroundings down here is limited. I have been looking for a way out myself.
All right.
Every time Damon speaks, I stare at him horrified. I simply can't comprehend how he's talking.
I think we might just have to deal with them, but I mean, if they're cultists, we would have to deal with them eventually anyway. And I'm like keeping my voice low so that we're not attracting too much attention, hopefully.
Yeah.
It appears as though they're moving, so I think we've already attracted their attention. But the Lord hasn't told us to roll for initiative yet, so. Seeing those fellas down there, I don't know if I can draw my longbow in anticipation of a clash, but I'd like to do that.
Is the aid spell that DeMarcus cast on us earlier still good? I assume it's 8 hours.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Okay.
Is my microphone working now?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Can somebody remind me what aid does again, a la DeMarcus?
He
Or
gave a
plus
number
5.
of us. What?
Yeah, there's only 3
+5?
people.
Oh, plus 5
It
to
was
HP.
Izzy, E, and Vosner.
Got it. Thank you.
Marcus
think it was
is just
already-
leaning on his sword.
I think it was already factored into your HP, Dylan. I
Yeah,
think
yeah.
I put 52 plus 5.
Right,
in
that
your
sounds
character
right.
sheet at one point.
Let me correct that.
It should have been. It just means that regardless of where your life is now, the total is 5 higher.
Got it.
The possible total.
Yeah, I think I'm 50.
What is it that we get being like within a certain distance of DeMarcus?
Oh, plus to your saving throws. I think it's plus 3.
Interrupting, you might
Yeah.
not be able to help, but would
Plus
you be able to maybe see if we can get Netflix to work?
Hang on for just a second, guys.
There's only one way out of here, and I assume it's the way we came in, so we're going to clash with these guys anyway. So, somewhat brashly, I'll step aside to where I've stepped, longbow drawn, and say loud enough that they can hear. You can leave now without any trouble, but if you stick around, there will be trouble.
Oh, so this guy who's kind of leading the group here goes, "Hey, who the fuck is that?"
I reiterate my command, leave now and there will be no trouble.
Hey man, nobody threatens the Crimson Rats in our own turf. What the fuck? Identify yourself.
I kind of want to identify myself with an arrow shot, but... actually, would I be able to do that when he says identify yourself, just sling an arrow at him?
If you want to attack him unprovoked, sure.
I kind of do, but I'm not hearing any outrage from my peers, so...
Nah, do what you
Marcus
can do,
I'm
man.
watching.
is fully
watching him
exhausted
intently.
right now, so he's kind of just hanging in there.
Kind of hanging in there.
Kind of sighs and gets ready.
Alright, kind of sighs and gets ready, so I'm going to fire off an arrow. Bam.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right. So
Clang.
Call it a warning shot.
yeah, you hit like nothing, and he goes, "What the fuck? We're under attack." And hold on, let me roll for initiative for all of.
Yes.
Oh, look at that!
Beautiful.
Beautiful.
Look at that!
Wow.
Wow, you rolled better for me than I ever have.
Wow. Beautiful.
And it pulls it from your stat block, so like it's not.
So good.
Okay, so E, fucking hate you guys and love you guys. Just fucking lines of dialogue. Just let me just throw this page.
This is fine.
You could try and talk to us while we're fighting.
We can always interrogate him later.
Okay. So, you missed the shot, but it is right away your turn again.
Cool. In that case, let me get all my shit coordinated here. I have 30 movement.
Sorry, folks.
Cool. Welcome back.
You're fine. The Crimson Rats asked who you were, and Dylan shot at them.
Because forget them.
Good.
I'm going to go over to here where I can see more of them. We'll shoot this guy first. I'm not going to bother with Hunter's Mark. I'm just going to hit him. Or attempt to, at least.
Yeah, it hits.
Okay, I'm going to second attack him, and then... Are either of these two within Hordebreaker range?
Yeah, I'd say this one is.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me
use the
attack
remote
this
for
guy.
the other TV.
Bam. Cool beans.
Oh wait, so the second one was a regular attack, and then
Yeah, that's my stupid mouse double clicking.
Okay, so what were you going after? You were doing your second attack and your Hordebreaker?
I was going to second attack this guy and then Hordebreaker this guy. Cool.
Yeah, both hit.
Cool. And I think that's all I can do.
Okay. It is Finu Grio Faka's turn.
Finagreek.
All right. And do an unarmed strike.
Okay. Yeah, it hits. Fuck.
8 damage. Or is he still up?
He's dead.
Okay. I use my last 5 feet of movement to move back here, and then I'm going to use my key thing to do patient defense, which basically allows me to take. Yes?
Could you have gotten there? So I'm gonna treat the water as difficult terrain for the sake of like interesting narrative here. So could you have gotten there?
I probably could have.
Like if you're on this little bridge thing here, let's just say that.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, that'll work. So I'll stay there then, and then use a key point for patient defense,
okay.
Which basically allows me to take the dodge action.
Jesus, look at you guys' initiative.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to do the step of the wind so I can take dash and basically move back. Like here, I guess.
Okay.
That work?
Yeah, that makes sense. Then that all kind of adds up better with the math anyway. Okay. Yes.
Is the mic working?
It is.
All right, sweet. So I'm gonna go step around 5 or step around here maybe.
Yeah, that's fine. So that's like 10.
Yeah. I can't see anybody if I do this though. So
You can move through friendly spaces
Okay.
if you need to move around.
All right. So I'm going to take a shot at that guy.
Okay, go for it. Oh shit! Wait,
Oh,
you
I
have
have
advantage.
advantage on. I shouldn't.
Oh, okay. So we'll just say it's the left one, which would be 11 damage plus the 3 fire damage. It's not a crit. So
Yeah.
Okay. So total of
Total of 14. Yeah. Or total of 14. Yeah.
Yeah. So you come around the corner and aim your crossbow at this unsuspecting guy on the bridge who's just kind of drawing his weapon in the dark, and he takes a bolt to the chest. He's not doing well.
All right. Then I'm gonna step back.
Okay. Sorry about that. Isolde, you're up.
Alright, I am going to move and then use my action to dash. And come right up to this guy here. And I'm going to use my bonus action to cast Spiritual Weapon, but I'm not going to attack with it. I'm just going to stare him down and tell him not to move.
Okay. So which guy are you telling not to move? Okay.
I just want to tell him, like, don't move, we have questions for you, or something like that.
Okay. Roll like an intimidation. Okay. So you come like running through the gore and just like get up close to this guy and yell in his face not to move. He seems fairly unfazed. So did you summon your spiritual weapon somewhere?
Yeah, I'll just summon it right next to me, like in this space right above my health bar.
Oh my god, I have so many tokens in this. I have to find it.
That's
Where are you? Boom, found it. Okay. Damon is up.
All right. So I can't see anything, so I want to move, like, around the corner.
And by the way, I looked into it. Your race does not have very good movement speed. You have like 20 base movement speed.
He's a robot.
Right on.
Yeah, so there's not. You can probably get to here, which would be probably enough to get range to attack or something. Just doesn't know.
And then I can see something. Which one did you want to not move? Isolde?
That one, I think.
Yeah, the one right in front of me. I kind of have my hand out towards his chest.
Okay. Yeah, I think Damon's just, because how much was that? 10 feet that I moved? If I can move through friendly squares.
Oh, you can move through them, but they do count. So that was your full 20,
Yeah.
I think 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's about that.
Okay. Then I guess I kind of want to use a bonus action of Misty Step to put myself in the fray.
Go for it.
So I can go up to like 30 feet. So I think I'll go right here.
Okay.
Hang on. Right here. Did you see that?
No, but you can put yourself.
Do I just
Yeah.
move
Yeah.
it there and then just
Yeah. Sorry, it
mark the
looks
spell
good.
slot? Okay.
Yeah. If you click on the spell in your character sheet, it'll like count as casting it, quote unquote, and it'll remove the spell slot.
Okay.
Alternatively, if you're using D&D
Cool.
Beyond to track your spell slots, you can do it in there too.
Yeah.
Sweet.
Word. All right. And now I'm just gearing up to start fucking people up. Next turn.
Oh, okay. DeMarcus is up then.
Can you hear me?
Yep, perfect.
Yeah, so I think I have 2 points of exhaustion, so my speed is halved. So I can only go so far.
Stay in your mic.
And I can only really get to about here, I bet, right?
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, cool. So I'll do that, and I'm kind of just like, I'm out of it, and I've just weakened and
Moving
super
slow.
slow. And I saw Izzy basically just like run into a group of people and epically fail to intimidate them into surrendering. So I'm just gonna cast as an attempt to kind of fulfill what she was trying to do, I guess. I'm going to cast command on the guy that she told to what did you tell him to do? Is he like stop, like drop his weapon, or stop fighting, or?
Just not to move. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll tell him to. John, what is he holding?
Oh, sword.
I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
A short sword.
Okay, yeah, I'll command him to drop weapon. I just say
Like
drop.
use the spell command.
Yeah, command, and then the actual command itself is drop, and the text on that is the target drops whatever is holding, and then ends its
Yeah.
turn.
What's the save?
Oh, 14. Yeah, 14.
Wisdom or
Wisdom, yeah, that's right.
charisma,
Yeah.
or-
Wisdom.
Oh, he survives.
Ooh, sorry.
You tell him to drop it. He's like, "Why is everybody telling me to drop my weapon? Can't
Yeah,
believe
that's
you
pretty
killed
much
my
all I can do.
friend."
Yeah.
All right. It is this Crimson Rat's turn. He is going to shoot Isolde. Twice. I'm guessing the 16 does not hit.
Correct.
Okay.
So that's 5 damage.
Yep. Okay, and then it is this figure who is going to step out of the back here and is going to shoot Isolde
No, thank you.
and misses. And misses again. And he is going to go back into the shadow. And it is this Crimson Rat's turn. He is going to short sword attack you. Miss. And a hit. So 6 damage.
That's me.
You're the only one in melee range right now. And then it's his turn. And he is going to do the same thing. And 6 more damage. And yeah, that is their turn. Bosner's up.
Cool. Alright. So, Vosner's move here.
Okay.
It's gonna cast Flame Fear.
Okay.
Here. Then I can get both of those.
Yeah, and it's a start their turn thing, right? If they start their turn in there, they take the damage.
Yeah.
Okay. Is that your turn then?
Then I guess I'll turn into Panther to up the intimidation factor.
Okay. Wait, how big are you going to be? Because it's going to get kind of tricky. These sewers are pretty narrow.
Oh, I guess I'll turn into a regular size Panther.
Okay, but then your stats are going to be the lower stats.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it'll be quite large.
You'll be a little baby.
That is what. See, oh, it doesn't.
Okay. Is it E's turn then?
I believe so.
Okay. E, you're up.
So I'm going to move here.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. So, yeah. Okay.
And then I'm going to shoot one arrow at this guy first.
Okay.
So let me do that.
Yeah, it hits.
Okay. And then I guess I'll extend an offer to these two, a la Isolde, for them to lay down their weapons and negotiate their escape, because clearly they're not going to get out of here unless they comply. So I don't know if I have to roll a persuasion or something for that, but
yeah, you can try to persuade them again.
okay. I'm not very charismatic, but here we go.
Yeah, so you shout like be peaceful or something.
Lay down your weapons and we'll let you live.
He responds, "We didn't even attack you." And it is Fino's turn. Oh, sorry, Johoff's turn. Tim. Summoning Tim. Alright. Johoff takes a breather. Hayeza, it's your turn. Oh, is he actually back now? He just unmuted himself. No, okay. We're just skipping Johoff then. Stan, you're up.
All right. I'll step around. Can I 20, 25? I'll step around to here. And then I'll just take a shot at that guy.
Okay. Go for it. Oh, okay. There's the crit. You do have sneak attack.
I do?
You guys can't hear me? What the fuck?
I can hear you fine.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. It's weird. It's just you, John. Like, it straight up like cuts out. They haven't been able to like make it change through it or anything. I'm getting by though. It's just a little sketchy.
Wait, John, did you say I had sneak attack?
Yeah, you do, because there's a person within 5 feet of range if you're attacking this guy.
Okay. I didn't know if that worked for ranged attacks too.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, then that's
Pretty
10
sure
more.
it does. Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
It's actually double that because of crit. But
Alright, good.
the point being, you blow this guy out of the water.
Awesome.
You hit him so hard his model's gone. For the rest of them have corpses. Like, it just explodes the body. All right. Anything else on your turn?
It's a lot of blood.
I will do my bonus action to dash and then hop behind Vosner there.
Okay. Isolde.
All right. I will cast Cure Wounds on myself. At 2nd level. I don't get the Blessed Healer for that, by the way.
Nice.
The Blessed Healer stuff only kicks in when I'm healing other people. But I'm not about to rewrite my macro to reflect that. So for my bonus action, I will move my hammer down to this guy with full health.
Okay.
And I'm gonna ask him, I guess, what he's doing, or to identify himself. Yeah.
What, this guy you're gonna ask to identify himself?
I'm gonna give him another chance, essentially. And hopefully with advantage, because we've slaughtered all of his friends.
Yeah, alright.
To surrender and tell us what he's doing down here.
Okay, roll intimidation with advantage. Oh shit. Yeah. So he uses his reaction to throw his weapon on the ground. He just says, "Alright, sorry, I mean, just don't kill me." And effectively, the combat is over.
Nice.
I just missed
Is the spy gone?
Yeah, you guys don't see where that guy went.
Cool.
Easy.
Alright, well, if combat is over, I will cross this bridge and step over this body to go and stand next to the guy that I'm talking to.
Yeah. He's just like standing there quietly with his weapons on the ground, like with his hands up.
Over.
I will ask him, what are you doing down here?
What do you mean, what am I doing down here? This is our territory. What are you doing down here?
We were sent to investigate some unsavory business being done down here. Creatures being summoned or
Unsavory
something.
business. This is the sewers. That's all we do down here. It's unsavory business.
Oh, why don't you tell me a little bit about your business?
I'm not going to tell you about the criminal organization I work for.
All right.
And if you're down here without being killed, it's clear that you're working for a part of some criminal organization.
So you don't have any association with any groups other than the Crimson Rats?
Yeah. I mean, look at my attire.
No cultist organizations?
Hey, look. What the cultists do on their own time is, up to them. I'm just a member of the Crimson Rats.
So you don't give them access to your resources? Or help them in any way?
Me, personally, no.
Do you know what they're doing down here?
No, and I don't want to. You think I'm like a leader or something? I'm just like a guy.
Do you know where they are camped out? Could you maybe give us information on that?
They are very far on the other side of the sewers. And he points this direction, kind of where they came from. But yeah.
All right.
Damon wants to get up in this guy's grill too.
Okay.
So he's gonna cross over and ask, "Why have you broken into my home?"
Oh my god, it is
buddy.
true. It's a robot.
Hayaza will also join them, but he doesn't say anything yet.
He doesn't like that you're standing behind him quietly. And he says, "Are you guys seriously befriending this robot? You know how many people this guy's killed?"
I say from far away, do you know how many people we've killed?
The fuck?
I have only killed when necessary. Why have you broken into my home? And I'm gonna like punch the wall in an
I haven't
attempt
broken
to.
into shit, you
Oh.
crazy guy. You guys seriously, there's a talking, like, construct. He is made of metal.
Yeah.
Alright, no, yeah, that's just totally normal.
It's not. It's very strange, but so far he hasn't hurt us.
Yeah, well, just wait.
I'm gonna.
So-
Oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna grab him, if I can, like by the rags around his neck, and like hoist him into the air.
Yeah, you can do
and
that.
just say, "Tell me what you are doing here."
I am on patrol.
Yeah. Easy there, Damon. Why don't you put him back down?
I blink and then just set him back on his feet.
Thank you. I'm gonna gesture the rest of the group over.
Okay.
Marcus has been slowly walking over the whole time, probably just about got there.
Osner will leap over because he can.
And I'm gonna ask Johaf. I know that you are like not a fan of the Crimson Rats, but it doesn't seem like he has anything in particular to do with the cultist activity. And we've gotten the information from him that we need, so I think we should let him go. Is that alright with everyone?
Get rid of him.
I don't know
I
why
have
we were fighting
never
over.
let
I mean,
one go.
I mean, we probably should have let him go before we attacked him out of the fucking blue like that. I mean, you might have just gotten us involved in a war. What was you people thinking? Just coming out of there swinging like that.
Does my mic work?
Yes.
Okay. Does he look like he recognizes Johaf?
Yeah.
Mediator's not going to like this one. That's all I'm going to say on the matter. We might have just shot ourselves in the foot more than one way.
I don't think our intention was to start a war, but for all
We came
know,
around the fucking corner and began attacking before we even spoke to them.
Oh, that's not entirely true. We gave them an opportunity to leave and get out of our way.
Out of your way. This is our sewer.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like fucking Crimson Rat very much, but I have to agree with this guy on this.
Alright, so we'll let him go. Clearly, we are not good at gang activity, alright? But we got the information on the cultists. So.
Can we let him go?
I think so. He's not.
He
hurting
definitely
us.
can.
Johaf, if we let this guy go, is he going to tell all of his friends? Well, he doesn't know who we are, but is there any way for this to get
Clearly
back to
knows
us
who
once
we
leave the
are.
sewers?
You think he don't fucking know who I am, mate?
He clearly knows who we are. The question is, how important is that?
That's the deal. His whole job down here, right, is to keep the fucking Crimson Rats, the Silver Crabs, from just getting into all our fucking bloodbath. And if you think for a second that the Crimson Rats aren't going to know what happened here, whether we let this guy go or not, get off your knuck of me. So,
Yeah, I think the damage is probably done.
Damon wants to try and get back in his face and just insist that you were down here with your fellow patrolmen. You saw a strange construct who killed everyone but you and disappeared. That's all you saw.
Yeah, that's
Is
all I
that
saw.
clear?
That's very clear, Mr. Robot.
Whatever it is you were looking for, you saw it, and you barely got away.
Sounds good.
That works for me.
Sounds great.
Besides, there was another guy who got away, who isn't part of this story.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. He like came out of the shadows and shot a crossbow at me and then went back away. I don't think there is any controlling this story, but we should leave while we still can, I think.
I mean, if we want to control the story, we have to find that.
I don't really exploring the sewers, do you all?
I think maybe now is not the best time. We should probably get DeMarcus some help and get Damon to safety.
Pursuit will be difficult for me.
DeMarcus has been standing in sewer water for the last 10 minutes and just kind of, hanging in there. And he kind of he puts his hand on Izzy's shoulder. Yeah, he's fine with that. He puts his hand on Izzy's shoulder and says, "We should go. We don't have any control over the sewers. They know it better than us. We're not going to find anyone. The story is already out. We have to get Damon out of here, and we need to rest and figure out what our next move is."
Yeah, I think that is best.
Or we do something stupid again.
Again, yes.
And as his hand's on your shoulder, he heals you for 10, which is his remaining pool.
Oh, nice.
All right. Well, good luck and Godspeed. And I'm just gonna walk this way. And he just kind of starts walking away.
All right, let's go.
Let's awkwardly follow him.
Oh, he's
Wait.
going to his own place.
Yeah, we should go the other way.
Fair enough.
I do not think it was wise to let him go.
I don't think it would have been fair to kill him if he hadn't done anything wrong.
I'm with Damon on this one. We're just taking more and more chances.
Chances of what?
It getting out, it becoming more obvious what happened.
No offense to our friend Johoff, but a handful of gangsters coming our way isn't something I'm terribly worried about.
No, it's not us I'm worried about. It's starting a gang war and getting 100 people killed.
Yeah, I think that was already maybe going to be the case, considering these initial bodies and whatever war is going on over Damon. But
Ever helps you sleep at night?
Yeah, he is clearly not convinced by that.
Yeah, DeMarcus is kind of won over by Hayesa right now.
Johoff, do you think that there is a way to communicate to the Crimson Rats that the Silver Crabs weren't involved in this?
If there's any hope of this at all, it's going to be with the fucking mediator when we talk to him. But I am not looking forward to that conversation after what just Todd done here.
All
Well,
right.
we can own up to collateral damage.
Yeah.
Collateral? What? Whatever. Let's just go
Yeah.
talk to mediator.
Okay.
All right.
So you guys are just gonna make your way back down the way you came from originally towards the Brackish Inn, where the mediator was.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. You guys come up the stairs into the Brackish Inn, where you find that the tone is a little bit different. It's kind of quiet. When you came in last time, it was kind of like kind of loud and intense, and people were laughing and gambling, and now you still hear the music playing, but it's a little bit more intense. As you come around the corner, you see the mediator and a man in a hood standing next to him, smoking a pipe. In front of the mediator are 3 of the Crimson Rats, who kind of step out of your way, and then another figure who you have not met before. And the
I
mediator
groan.
immediately goes, "What's the meaning of this?"
We have returned with a little bit of information.
Oh shit! Put the robot. Sorry.
I'm just making sure I have my cloak wrapped around me.
Okay, you've got like your cloak super tight around your head, so people can't see your face. Okay.
Yeah.
Make a let's have you make I don't know, like a stealth check. That seems. Yeah, just go for a stealth check. I just want to see if it beats their passive perception. Okay. So, yeah, you come around the corner and there's the mediator. He says, "Did you kill Crimson Rats unprovoked in the sewers?"
It was not unprovoked.
Yeah, that's not what my reports say.
I don't care what your reports say. We know what happened. We told them to get out of our way. They refused. We fired a warning shot. They continued to refuse. Some combat occurred. We gave them yet another opportunity to leave, and they refused. So it sounds as though your Crimson Rats are at fault for their own troubles here.
And the guy in the hood goes, "You mean a missed shot, right?"
A warning shot.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, they attacked us unprovoked in the sewers. I saw the whole thing. They refused to identify who they were. They instantly started killing our men. And Johoff was with them the whole time. One of the silver crabs. You want to speak for yourself, Johoff? And the mediator interrupts us. Hold on. Let's get both sides of this. Johoff, what do you have to say?
I think bad decisions was made on both sides, and I definitely think that there were multiple points at which the Crimson Rats probably could have put an end to the combat or de-escalated. I do admit that there were some times when we could have done the same and we did not. So I think the best thing is for us to say mistakes was made. And let's not upset the delicate balance we got going on here. Okay?
The balance is already being upset. I am trying to set to order it. Now, as for your quest, were you able to accomplish what you set out to do?
Hey, can I ask a meta question?
Yeah. Yes.
When we set out, did the mediator have any knowledge of the cult activities?
Yeah.
So he knew that the cultists were associated with the Crimson Rats and was like cool with that?
Oh, yeah, I mean, you assume he knows these things. I guess you don't know for sure what he knows. You didn't talk to him explicitly about it.
Okay. Can you repeat the bit of dialogue before that? Sorry.
Assuming I remember what he said. What did he say?
Along the lines of that the balance has been upset.
Oh,
and
right.
Put it back right.
Right. Did you set out?
And he asked if there was a couple to do.
Yeah. Did you accomplish your quest? Did you kill the thing? Did you destroy the thing that was killing people in the sewers?
Yes. I mean, there were a number of hellhounds and things that should not have been down there. And I apologize that conflict occurred and things escalated with the Crimson Rats. I think we were just coming out of a very bad fight in which some of our people went down multiple times. And we were fearful of the association between the Crimson Rats and the cultist activities. But we did give them several opportunities to lay down their weapons and talk about things. I would not blame any of this on the Silver Crabs. It has more to do with our issues with the cult, I think.
Atalius, the man in the hood, goes, "It's bullshit. They've got the guy with them right now. You see that guy in the hood? It's a fucking monster." And the mediator looks over and goes, "Yes, you seem to have acquired a new group member. Who is this figure?"
I remain totally silent and just have like my hand on the hilt of my greatsword.
He's not
I
a
say
monster.
he's leaving with us.
Yes, he's not a monster. We are meant to bring him back to a mage.
I don't know what you're talking about. You were told to come down here and destroy something. And now you're bringing something out.
Hayeza steps forward and says that while we were sent down to destroy something, this man is will be of much interest to the guild, and that this will serve to remove him from the sewers, and also the guild masters would not forgive us if we did not bring him to them.
And I step up behind you, sort of bolster that statement, and say, yeah, he seems to be quite connected to the guild. It's him and the Soars and the cult. Things between crabs and the rats would get even worse. We apologize for upsetting the balance, but we hope that by taking this thing out, it might. We just hope that we can. Maybe we're going to work with you guys to get rid of these cultists. I think that is probably the bigger danger for.
Finally, the guy here, the bald, menacing-looking guy, speaks up for the first time. Stan, your microphone's been open for a while, by the way. I don't know if that was intentional. There you go. Anyways, the bald man finally just says, "The cultists want the robot. Give us the robot."
I would, I'd welcome a moment to parley with you, if you don't mind, in private, or at least spoken privately.
Yes, come here. By the way, Joe Hop recognizes this person as the leader of the Crimson Rats, a man named Bill Thorne.
He's a fucking bastard, is what he is.
That was the guy that was talking. Who said give the robot?
Look, mediator, I don't know what's going on. You were asking me this morning if I would be discussing the fate of a fucking talking statue. I would have told you was off your rockets, but here we fucking are. Now, I understand the position you put in, and I doesn't envy you in the least. But I do want to make you aware of this broader situation, just in case you have not looked at it from this particular angle, okay? The particular angle I want to bring up is that I and this party have actually been hired not by Big Pete, but by Miliardo Leventhal. Now, the man's a twat, no questions about it, but his family right now owns pretty much the entire city. And so we've been sent down here by him. Now, I'm not saying that smooths everything over, and I'm certainly not saying that that makes your position any easier. But we do need to bear in mind that we're trying to strike a balance here, right, between the Crimson Rats, but also the ruling family of this here city, which is paying our wages right now. So, I just wanted to make sure that we was clear about what the stakes was.
Well, the mediator looks a little bit frustrated. He goes, so, you're going to take the robot after killing Crimson Rats, after they did not attack you. I feel like the Crimson Rats are getting a pretty bad deal in this. Is there anything you can offer to make things right?
Well, it should not be overlooked that when we went down into the Crimson Rats area, there was the bodies of a number of Crimson Rats that had been slaughtered by this here robot. And, right, so now that's not down there to kill their members anymore. So there's that, right? I mean, the Crimson Rats should really be thanking us to some degree for getting that out of there for them. But as for anything other than that, I might be willing to come back, maybe fight a little bit in the Bud Pit, if that might be something that would help the Crimson Rats warm to the idea. I know they've been looking for a chance to get some, revenge for the last time I was there.
Yeah. The mediator looks pretty happy with that and looks to Bill Thorne for confirmation. Bill Thorne goes, they've offered a bag of gold for the robot. 10,000. Would you guys be willing to part with them for 10,000?
Just as a note, I don't think we have that much, right?
What? They're offering you 10,000 to give you the robot. They're gonna give you 10,000 gold if you give up your robot.
Oh, I see.
No, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Johoff is a little hesitant to say no, thank you. That's a lot of gold, but remember that he's just kind of here along with you guys.
DeMarcus kind of looks up. He's been staring down the whole time, just kind of trying to rest and shit together. And he kind of looks up and he says, "Why would you want to give the cult of Sirik a deadly weapon that no one can stop?"
Because they give me more gold than you do.
What good is it if it's just going to kill you?
I don't imagine I'll be the first one to die if the cult of Sirik gains more power.
How much are they paying you?
Enough. And the mediator steps in and goes, I think we've come to an agreement then. You guys can take the robot out of here, but I don't want to see the rest of you here again. You've caused enough trouble killing people unnecessarily in the sewers. Johoff, you have a match in 2 weeks. I expect you to be back here for it.
Right. You best let's get in contact with the loved ones of whoever is supposed to face, because they should probably start looking for a coffin for their loved one. And cracks his knuckles.
The guy with the hood just angrily stabs a dagger into the table and just walks away.
Easy now.
Yeah, he's not having it so
easy. But you could get hurt with that.
The other guy leaves the room as well.
Johoff shakes the mediator's hand. Thank you for seeing us through in this situation. I again apologize, and I does not envy you the position you have been placed in here.
Yeah. Well, I don't envy me either. If another event like this happens, there's going to be blood everywhere. I don't know what the fuck you guys are thinking.
Don't take it too hard. I think, no matter what anybody does, eventually the time's going to come when Crimson Rats and the Crab's gonna have to settle this the only way they really knows how.
Yeah. Well, I hope I'm not right here in the middle of it when it happens.
Can I step forward a little bit and address the mediator?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt. More so out of curiosity than anything else. It seems like this turf war has gone on for a long time. But how long has the cult of Sirik been involved?
I try not to know these things, because knowing them is inherently dangerous. But the cult has been around for months, at least. They stay on the Crimson Rat side. I don't interact with them at all.
It seems like an unnecessary complication to something that was already pretty tense.
The cultists have nothing to do with the Silver Crabs. They don't kill them. They don't interact with them. They stay on the Crimson Rat side. They don't fuck with the Silver Crabs. It's pretty, well, from my perspective, it's pretty much fine. Both sides do whatever the fuck they want on their own turf. That's the rule.
Well, I, of course, don't have any... I don't have any intention of returning or making things more complicated, but it sounds like a lot of this may have started with the cultists' desire for the robot. And if the cultist demands make things harder, it might really start complicating things.
The cultists have made no demands of me or of the Silver Crabs. But you were in Crimson Rat territory.
Of course.
What happens in their territory belongs to them. That I let you trespass into their territory, and then that you betrayed that trust by killing Crimson Rats, that reflects poorly on me.
I see. I apologize for that.
I scoff when she apologizes.
You have a problem there, Fancy Pants?
Fancy pants. I'm
Yeah.
just
The
puzzled.
guy in Mithril Half-Plate. Fancy Pants.
I'm puzzled when gangsters are surprised that they find themselves killed. That's all.
They're in their own turf. Would you be surprised if a man came into your house and you asked him to identify himself?
If I was clearly outmatched and was given the warning to leave, I would probably leave.
It's dark in those sewers. You can't see where people are and what they
That-
look like.
That sounds like their responsibility to make clear, not ours.
We have already
Damon
sorted
feels-
this out. Let's...
Yeah, we
Damon
have already
feels the
sorted
need
this out.
Marcus
Damon
looks
feels
up
the
at
need to speak
Leeward
up.
and yeah, go ahead.
And say, your men came into my home.
Oh, sweet Lord.
Let's just
Leeward,
go.
please try not to hurt the robot anymore. And DeMarcus is just like super tired and he's almost like pleading with you. And he says like, for once, can you just not make it difficult when we're trying to...
I'm just waiting to get out of here, that's all.
Yes, let's go.
Let's go.
Thank you very
Yes.
much to the mediator for sorting this out. And we will leave now, sorry.
So you guys, let me make it into a formation. You guys walk out into this main room. This is kind of the room you have to cross into, where you see quite a few of the Crimson Rats have kind of gathered, having just left the room. They're all drinking kind of angrily in the corner, and as you come out, they give you very dirty looks. And one of them, like the guy with the hood, just says like, "Yeah, don't come back." And do you guys just walk on?
Yep.
Yeah, is
Okay.
Joe Hoff coming with us? Didn't we pick him up here?
Yeah.
Or wait, he's with Milliardo. Alright, so
Alright.
let's go back to Miliardo, I guess.
You trying to get rid of me?
No, I just forgot. I thought we picked you up at the bar with Big Pete.
Do we want to go to the guild first?
Oh, and drop off the robot, probably. Safer.
Okay, so you guys show up in the basement of the Lee Wind, which is the place you had left from, and you come up the stairs and out into the main area where you find the barkeep, Tommy, and Big Pete in the corner with some guys. Big Pete comes like running across the corner. Did you motherfuckers start killing people in the sewers?
My God, I groan.
It was
Swear to God,
a
cut your head off.
misunderstanding having to do with cultists. Everything has been sorted out by the mediator. It is all right.
Yeah, well, so much for me giving you my note. He looks at Joe Hoff and just says, "Gonna start a war."
I really think it's all right.
Yeah.
What was the last thing Big Pete asked? Your mic cut out. Just
Oh, he just said you're gonna start a war.
that thought crossed my mind too, actually.
Very well. Did you get the quest done? Also, who's this guy here? And he points to Damon.
It is something that we have to bring back to the guild. It is not a member of the gangs or anything. He was lost.
You found that tall, skinny guy in the sewers.
Yeah?
Yep.
All right, well, get the fuck out of here. And then he just goes back to gambling.
I kind of look exasperated over at the group. I am not good at this gang stuff, you guys. This is maybe not our strong suit.
Then let's never do this again.
Agreed. Let's maybe go
I'm
back
sorry.
to the guild.
Is there a context in which just attacking people who have not attacked you first is actually the correct thing to do?
I'm
When
sorry. Maybe when they're associated with the cult of Sirik, and the cult of Sirik almost killed us. We don't know what their intentions are, or whether they're sided with them. I think maybe
Who
we
also
all
doesn't
need to...
fucking know if they're really associated with the cult of Sirik, does he?
Yeah,
Usually
it's better
we-
to be safe, and we gave them an instance to stop. I think it is best that we forget this for now.
Usually you wait until you do know before you attack them.
And I kind of say, I'm kind of on the side of Joe Hoff. He definitely jumped the gun.
When they're given the opportunity to prove to us that they are not a threat and they do not take us up on that opportunity, we conclude that they are a threat.
Meta.
I don't know why this is so
moment.
complicated.
Meta moment.
Yeah,
You asked
what's
them
the
to
fucking
surrender.
complicated?
We asked them to let us pass. Let's set down their weapons and there would be no trouble.
I'm pretty sure you just started shooting at them.
No, there was a warning first. There was
that
absolutely a warning.
Hey, isn't
What's
just
complicated? What's fucking complicated is that now there's a bunch of us, even here, alive, relatively well, except for this guy, and he motions to DeMarcus. And down there, there's a bunch of people who now the Crimson Rise is going to have to let their families know that they're not coming home anymore. And now I, to get to pay for your fucking mistakes, I get to go back and fight in the blood pit. You have any fucking idea how long it took me to get out of that hellhole?
No one asked you to do that.
We would be dead down there if it weren't for that. Like, look, I know it don't seem complicated to you right now. There are fucking consequences to your actions. gotta think about this once in a while. I can't believe that I, the guy who was fucking raised in the sewers, is having to explain this to you guild goody two-shoes.
It seems you should explain the same thing to the other gangsters, who, once again, when they don't take up a warning, suffer consequences for their
their
actions.
own house. This was their area.
I think
Who was trespassing? Not fucking them.
we're arguing past each other. Can we just go to the guild and everyone can sleep and we can just deal with it later?
Well, not sure if I've got a place at that guild at this point.
I wasn't including you in that, but I thought that you were going to return to Miliardo's service.
No, I am not in Miliardo's service. I was being paid for this one job to help you guys out.
Oh, I thought you were like a guard of his or something. That is what he said.
I took up this one fucking job.
DeMarcus looks up at Johoff and he says, Mr. Johoff, we're going back to the guild, and I think that you should come with us. Maybe there's a way that we can get out of fighting the death in the pit, make up for our mistakes.
I feel pretty bad about it. I don't want to start any war, but I don't know if there's any people to it. Anything I can do to help.
Hello. Don't worry about this point. Just think in the future. I'll come with you to guild, not so much because I feel like I need to stay there, but yeah, I've always kind of looked at that giant fucking building up there, wondered what's like inside. So if you don't mind to visit it, I'll come along, but, we'll see whether this is something that ends up long term or not.
Alright.
Alright.
I have a sneaking suspicion one of us might need to end up carrying this guy before we even get back there.
He is alright. And I'll put my hand on DeMarcus's shoulder.
Okay.
He's swaying while he's standing there. He's about to turn over.
I've got him. Thank you.
Okay. So you guys leave the Lee Wind and walk your way back to the guild. You get to the exterior, and it is its majestic self. As you start climbing the very long steps, DeMarcus notices, especially now, how many steps there are.
John, really quick, when we got out of the Leeward, my steed was there, and I would have ridden that back.
Oh, okay, sure.
It's like, yeah, I would have kept it waiting. I would have, asked for it to meet me outside.
Okay, sweet. Yeah, so your horse just like fucking out of nowhere just comes around the corner. It's not like hooked up to anything. It's just like smart enough to know and like come get you.
It blows Joe Hoff's.
Yeah. As you guys ascend the steps to the guild, at the top of the steps, you see Marin, who's
He's
just
cute.
waiting for you. Yeah, he's very big. And he says, "Well, this is a very strange group of people."
Yeah, we seem to change every week, don't we?
Yes. Sometimes by choice and sometimes otherwise. Who is this figure here in the hood? And he motions towards Damon.
We were hoping that maybe you could help us figure that out a little bit more. And I'll motion Damon to come up and meet Marin.
And I can presumably tell that this is a wizardly type guy, right?
He's a wizard, and he's in white robes. He looks very friendly, and he's got a 12-pointed star of a monitor on his head, on like a circlet.
Okay, so yeah, so I recognize all that, so I'm not concerned about my appearance. So I take the cloak off and approach and say, I am Defensive Sentry Unit Model 726, codenamed Damon. I served the great wizard Moltenus many, many years ago. I have since been looking for a new master to serve.
He looks completely floored. He's like, Moltanus, that's impossible. Where did you find him? He's
Well,
looking at the rest of you.
When we went into the fort, we were tasked.
Your mic's cutting in and out, dude. So you
Still
might want to get
cutting in and
closer to it or something, or set the threshold lower. I don't know. Or use push to attack.
We found him on a current mission. We did not know that he was involved or that he would be there, but he was, I guess, a bounty that was wanted by the cult of Sirik, and we brought him away from that situation.
And he's like listening to you and nodding, but he's like inspecting Damon like all over, and he's like, "Do you mind?" And he like goes to like touch your face.
I stand completely still and just let him.
Yeah. So Marin is just like inspecting, kind of like flicking things, like testing out, like, oh, it's metal, and like he's completely interested in what's going on. He goes,
Marcus asks, "Did you know Moltanus, Master Marin?"
No. It would not have been possible for me to know Moltanus. Come, this is very important. And then he looks and sees Johoff and says, I'm sorry, I don't know you, and I can't let you inside here.
Yeah, that's all right.
I'm sure you understand.
Yeah, well,
I insist. I say, well, if it wasn't for our friend Johoff here, we wouldn't have found Desmond. So, at least, could you let him in to rest a little?
Apologies. We have a system here, and it perhaps one day. As for now, we have pressing matters, and this is only for special ears. And he kind of like motions for the rest of you to keep coming.
That's all right. I probably should go back to where I belong, I suppose. Maybe I'll see you around when I see you.
Damon is like frozen in place since Demarcus used the name Master Marin. We referred to him as Master Marin. He's just been like stock still since that moment.
Oh,
so he's not following as they're walking up.
He turns around and he goes, "Is there something the matter?"
You are Marin Solendia?
Yes, I am. How do you know my last name?
I like stare at him like intently for like 36 seconds. And then I just say, identity confirmed. Marin Solendia, I have something for you. And I pull out a spell book and like attempt to hand it to him.
And Marin like walks over and takes it and like is inspecting it, like turning it over on all sides. The spellbook itself is like gilded, like a gold, very ornate, very ancient looking spellbook. And Marin is like almost in tears, and he looks at Damon and goes, I do not believe this. Is this Moltanus' spellbook itself?
It is. He instructed that you receive it.
Impossible. Come, we must get out of here, out of the open. And then, he starts walking in with you guys with the spellbook.
I will follow him.
Okay.
Marcus shakes Johoff's hand really quickly and says, "Mr. Johoff, thank you. I'm sorry that you can't come in. Hopefully we'll see you again soon."
Yeah, well, you know where to find me, I suppose.
Is the idea that you'll be at the Lee Wind?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure.
And I'm out. Off.
All right. So, Marin, he's walking very quickly, kind of leading towards the area where you guys go down to the guild barracks. He turns to Hayeza and says, "Hayeza, I must ask that you also stay out of this meeting. It is nothing personal, and I trust you, but given how recently you joined and how important this information is, I have to take precautions."
Hayes says, just kind of like shrugs and says, "That's fine."
Okay. The rest of you, please follow me. And he leads you down to the barracks level, but instead of going to your barracks or into the mess hall, he turns towards that locked gate where you guys have seen, you once saw Epic Kai being carried out of. And he walks up to the gate and he puts a key into the door and he waves his hand and says some words that you can't understand. And the door opens and he leads you downstairs.
Ooh.
Oh, yeah. So sorry, a little bit of backup. I wanted to do this room. They're not there. I wanted to take you guys to this floor for the sake of Damon. This floating thing in the middle of the room you would recognize. And I'll just fill you in on why you would recognize that at a later point, but I just wanted to give you that first.
Cool.
And he brings you down to a room. Stan, your mic's open again. He brings you down through these doors to a room that's kind of like underneath. You can tell underneath where your mess hall is. This is a floor of the guild that you guys have never been allowed. It's, as far as you know, like locked access. Only certain people get to go down here. And at the table, you see Malton Fairhall, Tetherman, Arvine is in the corner, and Marin is kind of like coming to sit down at the table. And he gestures and says, "Please take a seat." Do you guys want your tokens on you?
Sure.
Yeah, I want my tokens. We're so tired.
Yeah, you're small compared to them. That's fine. So anyways, for the record, you had heard about this from Dargil, who had explained that he had been down in this room and saw and described some of the things that were down here. On the table, there are a lot of maps that it's clear that Malton Fairhall has been like working and drawing on. At the top of some of the maps, you see things like B1, B2, all the way up to B4 with question marks. And it seems like what he's trying to do is map out certain like architecture. And he comes and he puts the book in front of Tetherman. And Tetherman goes, "What is this?" And Marin says, "It is the spell book of Multanus." And he's like, no way. Like, that's impossible. How did you even get this? And Marin gestures towards Damon and says, "A gift from a new ally." And he looks at the rest of you. Do you say anything?
discovered Multanus' construct in the sewers of the city, and we were able to extract him.
Marin, or Tetherman looks at you and goes, "But where in the sewers? How is
I
this?"
don't know the specific places in the sewers, but we were hunting down the cult of Sirik.
And then Marin turns to Damon and says, "Were you always in the sewers?"
I was not always in the sewers, but I have been for many years.
Interesting. Explain yourself. Where are you from?
I served with Multanus in the Empire of Netheril. It was a long time ago, I believe. I have a substantial gap in my memory, but wear and tear on my chassis upon waking indicates that it must have been at least 1,500 years.
And Tetherman's like, "What?" And Marin like nods and says, "It is as I suspected. Damon is 1,500 years old, at least, a product of Multanus, and perhaps from this very guild." And he turns to Malton Fairhall and says, "Is it possible that the sewers connect up with the guild in any location?" And he starts like scattering, like looking at all of his maps. He's like, "Yeah, of course. At some point, some of this would be on the same level as the sewers. So, I mean, yeah, the sewers probably connect up somewhere." And Marin's like, "Very good, very good. Yes."
Marcus chimes in and he says the construct kept calling the sewers that he was located in his home.
From his perspective, it might seem to be his home, but I imagine that the sewers are a newer thing for him. Tell me. Oh, sorry.
Is this guild a place of great importance?
As far as we know, yes, but perhaps you know more than we do. Tell me, why did Multanus bring you here?
Truthfully, I do not know. However, I believe I may be able to fill in some blanks. Approximately 30 years ago, I awakened from a prolonged bout of stasis. I did not know where I was or how I had come to be there, but I was trapped. A short time ago, my insulated chambers were broken into by robed men, and I have been running ever since. Is there any reason they would be trying to gain access to the guild?
Not that I know of. Describe these robed men.
Truthfully, they did not often last long, but they were in red robes and were referred to as rats.
Marcus interjects again and he says the cult of Sirik was trying to acquire the construct. They put a price of 10,000 gold on it.
So the cult of Sirik is trying to break into the guild. Most
Seems so.
terrifying. Well, if they're trying to break in, and they were able to unlock our friend here, then it appears that they were mildly successful, which means there's a breach somewhere deeper on a lower level. And then Malton goes, "Yeah, but it'd have to be like 5 levels, 6 levels maybe. We don't even know how deep this thing goes." Marin says, Yes, unfortunately, we are unable to reach that deep through our own direct method. Perhaps if we went through the sewers, we could try to find our way. It is not clear that they're as successful against the sentries as we are."
Vosner is pretty concerned about hearing the guild being deeper than the masters could.
Could what, Garrett?
I said Vosner looks concerned at the news that the masters don't know how deep the pyramid goes.
Yeah. So Marin, seeing your confusion, looks to you and says, "Perhaps it is time that we bring you into the inner circle of the guild." And Arvine gets up and shuts the door and goes and sits back down. And Marin turns to you and says, "Our reason for being here is not entirely transparent. Now, you know we work as an adventuring guild for good in the area, but mostly that just funds our exploits and trains our adventurers. Our real purpose here is to find what lurks beneath this pyramid. We do not know how many levels deep it is. We are still searching. We do know that we have managed to clear a few levels of it ourselves. The level that you all exist in was once completely filled with all sorts of creatures we have dealt with. You're currently on the second level of the basement, what we have clearly established as a staging ground, something to help us get deeper into the ground, deeper into the pyramid. Frequently, we send groups with masters to dig out and work their way through the lower levels. They are filled with traps and monsters and constructs, all manner of security, trying to prevent people from getting in. We have for many years been working at this. I believe we're at 10 at this point. We usually don't inform members of the guild until they've reached a certain level of ability. You guys are just on the cusp. But given your encounter with Damon here, you will, I believe, be ready soon enough to go down and help us if you so wish. Do you have any questions so far?
Marcus kind of looks at Marin and he says, almost maybe sheepishly a bit. He recognizes that this is sensitive and he says, "Master Marin, I thank you very much for trusting me enough to tell me this, but you certainly know that my allegiance to Queen Sybil is unyielding, and I also trust you very much. I will, for that reason, ask you what you would prefer me to do with this information, given my status in Queen Sybil's inner circle."
Yes, that is a precarious situation. If the cult of Zurich is trying to break their way into the guild, then perhaps we will need the aid of more than just the guild masters. Perhaps we will need the army of Queen Sybil in order to keep our place safe. And Tetherman, who's been paging through this spell book that's been sitting on the page, points to something, and Marin's gaze is shifted, and he starts reading, really quickly. And he says, "It appears Multanus has given us a warning. Something is coming for the Guild of Mossstone. He does not tell us what it is, but he does seem to think it is of dire importance that we defend it. DeMarcus, I will have to ask you to go to Queen Sybil's court and ask her for help." And he starts writing a letter on the fly, kind of the paper's floating in the air, and he's just writing on it really quickly with a pen that seems to just speed right through the whole thing. And he takes the letter and seals it with a ring that's on his pinky finger that's got a moon sigil on it, something you've not seen before. And he says, "There's an important wizard who I want you to get in contact with in Daramar. She will be essential in deciphering these books, or this book." And he hands it to you. It says, "Please make haste."
I'll ride alone and quickly, and I'll do everything that you've asked, Master Marin. If I may, I require some healing. I'll leave immediately. I have to see the Master Cleric first and heal, and then I'll ride out on my steed, and I will protect all of this with my life.
He says, "Yes, make sure Master Chandri restores your health. You look exhausted."
DeMarcus quickly gets up and nods to Marin. He looks at the rest of you. He looks at Vosner, he looks at Leoward, and he looks at Izzy, and he says, "I have to go. I don't know when I'll be back. All of you the best of luck, and we will see each other again. Keep doing what you're doing. Stay safe. Do the right thing. The world is to a very large conflict, I fear. We have to make sure that we do everything we can to keep everyone safe. Do what Master Marin says." And he looks at Izzy and he says, "Keep the group alive and keep them together, whatever you have to do." Out of his bag, he takes, you guys didn't know that I had it, Taryn's hat. And he gives it to you, Izzy, and he bows and he leaves.
Be safe, I call out after you. And I look at the hat in my hands and hope that it isn't a warning of losing more people.
I look at Master Tetherman and I say cautiously, a while ago, Master Arcanus reached out. And I've been trying to understand what he meant. And I think it might be connected to the dreams I've been having, but he said that there's something underneath the guild.
He turns to you and says, "Yes, that's what we've expected. We anticipate that there's something deep. We don't know how many levels deep, but there's something deep under the guild that has been sealed in."
I think the one thing it might be connected to is maybe the dreams that I've been having that I described to Arcanus connected to the plane of shadows. I don't know exactly what that is.
Yes. Well,
Maybe the guild is like the top of a spring, right? Like a boulder that's keeping a lot of pressure. I don't know. Maybe it's a giant cap.
yes, well, we're being as careful as we can, but there's fear that if we don't get to whatever's going on down here first, somebody else will, and whatever they do, it won't be for good.
Exactly.
If you mean to travel through the sewers to get to this 4th, 5th, 6th level or whatever, you should know that the situation there is already really, it's really tense. There's a whole other world going on down there that would disrupt.
You mean the criminal organizations?
Yes.
Yes, I'm aware. It's one of the reasons why we don't normally send groups down there. But, your warning is well taken.
I think if you have resources, the Crimson Rats at least would probably take to a trade for passage through, or if we are looking to deal with the cult of Sirik, it seems that the cult is more or less bankrolling the Crimson Rats, and I think we need to understand why.
I would imagine that it has something to do with the territory that the Crimson Rats contain.
It would not be easy to attack the cult of Sirik on the Crimson Rat territory. The gangs don't seem concerned with the association, but the Crimson Rats are benefiting monetarily from the cult, and if we were to wipe them out, I think the Crimson Rats would have stock in that. They benefit from keeping them alive, so we would have to either figure out a way to make peace with the Crimson Rats, or I'm not really sure. Our hostility towards them for their association with the cult was not taken kindly. It is very delicate what is going on down there.
Interesting. Well, if we send Gorok and Ander down there, I'm sure they could fend for themselves against the bandits, but I do worry that the cult of Sirik might be more powerful than we've seen.
We came into contact with them while we were rescuing our very metal friend. They're not to be trifled with. The beasts that they were commanding were formidable. So I can only assume those were not the most powerful of their rank.
Yes. That might be my assumption as well. And then he turns to Damon and says, Damon, that cloak you wear, is that Moltanis's cloak as well?
It is. Would you care to inspect it?
Yes, I would.
And I hand the cloak to him, readily.
He looks it over and is once again like super impressed. If he hadn't been inspecting you as a 6 foot tall automaton before, he would have noticed it. But he's realizing now that this is a very special item, and he turns to RV and says, "It is a cloak of displacement." And she looks very excited. He says, "This is a very powerful item. Were you aware of its power?"
I was to an extent.
Yes.
It helped me survive as long as I did.
That seems like it would do that, yes. Would you let me keep it?
Of course, Master Marin. It is yours.
And he turns to the rest of you and says, "So, do you have any questions?"
What would you have us do next?
Well, we'll have to continue our efforts either through the sewers or from our own guild to get to the bottom of this structure. If indeed Damon is from one of the lower levels, then perhaps once we reach it, Damon can help us around there. Damon, do you have the ability to control the sentinels that defend this place? And for the record, you do. Sorry.
I do.
Nice.
Whoa, nailed it.
And Multanis looks like super excited, as do Tetherman and Arvine. Well, this is quite a
Master
breakthrough.
Mariner.
Yes.
A quick question.
Yes.
For what reason, beyond mere curiosity, are you digging deeper and deeper into what you know to be dangerous territory beneath the guild?
Yes, it is. Curious, isn't it? Why would we keep digging? Why would we have purchased this plot of pyramid in the first place? It's a personal answer. I was given a vision from a monitor himself about what needed to be done here. He instructed me to get to the bottom of this guild by any means necessary. The reason for building an adventurers guild and having parties of powerful young people excavate it was a novel idea of my own. But the rest of it was essentially a quest from a god. We do not know why a monitor wants us to get to the bottom, but we do know that it is imperative that we do it quickly. It appears that perhaps he anticipated the cult of Cyrix's activities.
Fair enough. Far be it from me to question the will and commands of a god.
Yes, far be it from all of us.
Vosner speaks up. It's in the same line of creating the massive sun in the guild? Are they related?
Yes, the sun is something from a different age. It is a mythalar. It's a powerful, magical source of energy. You can think of it as like a reserve of magical energy. And I have put a lot of effort into making it powerful at the instruction of a monitor himself. There are not many of these left in existence, but at one time they were powerful enough to float entire cities. Then he turns to Damon and says, "Did you live in a time when cities floated in the air?"
I did. It was a relative commonplace.
Yes. Well, most of them were destroyed in Crassus's folly, but a few remained and were able to be put back together. That's what you see in the main hall of the guild. It's one of the many gifts a monitor has given to us in our effort.
You can only imagine that something so powerful comes at a great cost.
Yes,
Or maybe that it's protecting.
And he looks at you seriously and says, "It has come at a great cost to me. I may appear to be a very old and feeble man, but I'm actually not that old. I've given up many of my years to build this place and to build that thing."
I'm sorry, what do you mean?
There is a kind of magic that consumes one's own life force in order to do great things. My life here has been shortened as a result of the grand quest we've set out for here.
That is certainly quite the sacrifice.
Yes.
And she looks almost in awe and respectful of him for that sacrifice.
for the record, he looks like he's like 90, but yeah, just in case you guys needed to know.
Yeah, he told us that he's been doing this for 10 years, so
Yeah.
do some math.
To the extent my limited facial features allow, Damon looks extremely satisfied and almost like proud at hearing that.
My eyes kind of narrow and I get a little uneasy.
Could I ask? Oh, go ahead.
Sorry. No, it was nothing. I was going to say I look indifferent. So.
What else is new?
Are you even awake?
Could I ask if you are going to send Andor and Gorok into the sewers? You said that they could handle the bandits down there. What is the guild's, I guess, attitude towards the silver crabs and the crimson rats?
Indifference at the moment. We, as a sort of code, when it comes to humanoids, we don't attack unless provoked. But, we understand that the crimson rats are the kind that would probably attack if provoked, so I wouldn't be surprised if they got into a fight. But no, we would act peacefully if we could.
Alright. We did make a good acquaintance with one of the members of the Silver Crabs, and I don't want to cause any more trouble for him. We already did cause quite a bit of trouble for him, so...
Yes, well, perhaps we don't need to go through the sewers after all. If Damon is able to disable the sentries, then a lot of the work will be done for excavating the lower levels. The sentries are the most dangerous part.
What are they?
Giant mechanical golems, which can kill dozens of very powerful people. Eputkai was in a fight with one only recently and almost died.
Yes, we saw the results of that.
They are Master Moltenus's work, and they are exquisite.
I asked Damon if Moltanus was aware of any weaknesses in his design, or if Damon knows himself what the best way for us to kill them would be.
My design is unique. Moltanus viewed me as ensouled, and so I am not programmed the way the others are. I therefore do not know what their greatest weakness would be.
I look at Marin in a way asking the same question without reiterating it.
Yeah, so just for narrative purposes, because I should have given this information to Leif, Leif has the ability, or Damon has the ability to command the sentries to turn off and on.
Oh, sick.
Mm-hmm.
So,
what he was just kind of saying, like,
mm-hmm.
Now that Damon is with the guild, their ability to traverse the lower levels just got a lot easier, or a lot more increased.
Excellent.
So if
It is worth noting, were you to try to kill me, I imagine one of the most effective methods would be to remove my head.
I get a huge grin, like I'm thrilled to hear that. Yeah, and I say through my grin, well then I'm sure this will be not only an adventure, but also a delight.
Just to clarify, if Moltanus built the sentries, would he know what was underneath the guild? Did he design the lower levels?
Moltenus came here with a dozen other powerful wizards to complete a task with which I am unfamiliar. I served as his personal guard, and protection during this time, as well as a courier for messages, apparently 1500 years into the future.
I see.
Yes, it's curious how Multanus knew of my existence before, well, my existence. I would imagine it has something to do with his link to a monitor and mine.
Yes, the gods can do pretty incredible things.
Indeed. Yes, we don't know what's at the bottom of this. We do not know what even sort of defenses Multanus used. In fact, I didn't even know Multanus was involved until Damon here told me, so we're learning a lot at the moment. But we do know that Multanus was responsible for many of the defensive structures in the arcane world during the Empire of Netherrealm. So it does not surprise me that he would be involved in this task.
Master Marin, forgive my ignorance, but you mentioned a monitor sent you a vision telling you to begin digging. But as we dig, we encounter defenses put in place by this ancient wizard, Multanus, seemingly keeping you from digging. And yet you both say you're inspired by a monitor, but one seems intent on keeping the other from carrying out their mission.
That's a very good point. Perhaps Multanus was putting perhaps a monitor was putting an obstacle course in front of us to make sure that we were really worthy to get to the bottom.
Fair enough.
But yes, it's a curious thing. You're told to go to a place and excavate it, and upon first excavation, all you find is the resistance of basically every kind of vile or powerful creature that you've ever imagined.
Is it true that squads have been sent down there and have died?
Unfortunately, yes. For a long time, the third floor was a very difficult place to exist in. We sent many of our initial groups down there once they were able to defend themselves at an adequate level. We joined them, but ultimately many of the things we ran into proved too powerful for all of us to deal with. Eventually, we were able to defeat those things and clear the area. You have to remember there were many traps, powerful arcane traps that would kill a man in an instant. So when that person died and Chandri attempted to bring them back, not all of them were able to be brought back.
I understand.
I say, well, I guess that makes sense. Talking to the last survivor of
Last survivor what, Garrett?
Griffin Squad,
You mean Philomena?
Philomena. Yeah.
Philomena never went down into the thing.
No, she.
Yeah, her whole
No.
squad left before
Yeah,
they
her squad
would be
disbanded.
tasked with that.
So, anyways,
Oh,
Mary
okay.
would say, Philomena left the guild before achieving the level requisite to get into the lower levels. She did not share the vision that we shared. I suppose the question is, do you? Will you help the guild in our mission to get to the bottom?
If it is indeed a task given to you by a monitor, then it would make sense that the task given to me by my god has led me here.
Yes, the Monitor and Ilmater are likely allies in whatever cosmic war is perhaps about to be underway.
And I say, I'm not sure about the gods or anything. They seem quite troublesome. But if I don't participate, everything will be gone. So, for my own personal reasons, I guess I'll help get to the bottom. But trust is a hard thing to.
Turns to Leord. And you.
For now, all I do for the guild. And until I have good reason to change that, I'll continue to do so.
Let's hope good reason never comes.
Agreed.
And he turns to Damon and says, and you, Damon, what is it that you were intending to do now that you've given me the book Multanus instructed you to give me?
I intend to serve at your disposal, Master Marin.
Well, if you can teach me the command, if you can locate the command in Multanus' spellbook to disable the sentries, then I do not need you for anything in particular, though we would like to have you around.
As you wish, Master Marin.
We would be happy to keep him with us, particularly since our numbers are low and DeMarcus is away now.
Yes. Well, we cannot have an automaton walking about the city. He would be drawing the gaze of anybody with, connections to the cult of Sirik. I will give him a disguise. And then he goes back to a kind of dresser behind him and unlocks a lockbox, and he has a cloak that he hands to Damon. And he says, "This is a cloak of disguise. It will keep you permanently disguised as a different humanoid figure. Whatever form you prefer to take, you just focus on it in the morning, and that's what you will maintain. This should keep you out of harm's way."
I am honored, Master Marin.
Yes, it's the least I can do. The rest of you, if you have no further questions, we are going to proceed to read through all of this spellbook and learn everything we can. Curious, Damon, it appears that perhaps you wrote in this as well. Had you been using this as your own spellbook for casting spells?
I have. During the many years of my isolation beneath the sewers, I took up magic as a hobby of sorts.
I am very surprised that a man of your structure would be able to master magic, but then again, you are a talking automaton. I will have the Silent Watchers give you a new spellbook, one that you can put your spells into as well while we read this. Once we're done with Multanus' book, we will be returned to you.
I believe the spellbook is for you, Master Marin.
Very well. If you have no need for it, I'll keep it safe. But still, if you'd like to be casting spells out in the world, we shall be equipping you with another spellbook.
That would be most helpful.
Well, if the rest of you don't have any more questions concerning what we're doing here, welcome to the inner circle of the guild. We will probably begin requesting you and your guild members, or your group members, perform excavation missions in the near future to the lower levels of the guild. It will be significantly easier given the ability to turn off the sentries. Once we have cleared all of the levels, we will pursue to the next level, or all of the area will pursue to the next level until we finally reach what we're looking for. Hopefully, we'll be able to beat the Court of Sirik there.
All right.
Master Marin, will you be sending guildmasters along with us on these excavation missions?
Well, it depends on the excavation. We'll be using guildmaster groups themselves to excavate some parts of it, the more dangerous parts. We will be putting you into the more mapped out locations, places where we're just dealing with perhaps insectoid creatures that have inhabited the area. More details will come, but it will be doable based on your abilities.
Good to hear.
I trust that that you will make the right choice for us then.
I do wonder, do you have any standing requirements out in the world? Quests that remain unfinished?
Just for the next maybe a week or so, we have to travel back to Gunderlin to deliver something. It is quite a journey.
Really quickly, sorry. Before Demarcus left, other one thing that he would have done is taken the axe out of his lockbox and just left it on your bed.
Okay, I will
You'll
find
find
that
it back there.
at the barracks then.
Sweet.
Yeah, we have to return to Gunderlin, and it takes a while by boat going there and back. But we are traveling with Miliardo on one of his very well-designed new ships, so hopefully we won't run into any trouble or end up awash on Portier again.
Okay, so Marin nods and says, "Very well. The other groups will begin excavation along with the guild leaders immediately. You are to go and finish this final quest. It's good that you have allied yourself with the Leventhorpes. They are a very powerful family in this city, and we will need their help, perhaps, when the time comes."
All right.
And with that, he is like motions that you guys can leave if you'd like.
Yeah, if he wants us to leave, I will follow his directive.
I linger behind, thinking that he doesn't mean me.
Oh. He turns to David and goes, "David, I believe, given the absence of so many of Bear Squad's original members, that we would be best served if you would assist them in whatever they need."
You would have me leave with them, Master.
"Yes, keep them safe, and they will keep you safe. Remember
Very
to
well.
keep that cloak on you at all times when out in public. Try not to draw attention to yourself."
Very well. I will journey with them.
And he like kind of smiles at all of you and nods, and then is like poring over this spell book with Tetherman, and they're like discussing in hushed tones.
Very cool. Alright,
Okay.
back to the barracks, I guess.
Yeah.
Let us retire.
Like retire? You guys done?
Retire to the barracks. That's fantasy for go to sleep.
Oh, dude, sick, nice. All right, we got. I think this is everybody. I always forget people. Okay.
We have gotten a lot done in 2 hours.
Yeah, guys, fuck. Running out of slides. No, you're good. You're good. So can you guys see everything okay in the barracks?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So you find yourselves back at the barracks. Will we say Demarcus is already gone?
Yeah, I believe Demarcus has left.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's Hayeza. You find Hayeza in the room.
Sorry about that. I don't know why Marin didn't want to have you in the meeting, but it doesn't make you any
Are
less
you guys
important.
hearing me?
Yeah.
Okay. Hyeza isn't there.
Oh. Where are you at?
He went out into the city, presumably the caravan district, where the refugees he came with are. And he's just like drinking with them, spending the afternoon there.
Okay. Did
Well,
you
that's
leave a note
fortunate.
or anything?
No.
Nice. Okay. So you come back to the barracks, and Hayeza is suspiciously missing, and Matt's left the axe, or Demarcus has left the axe on Isolda's bed. Hey, Stan, can you mute your mic? Because it's picking
Is it? Sorry, it's been super buggy.
That's fine.
I say, well, we got to finish this one out.
Yeah, sorry, I was
hope,
eating something. I'm gonna take the axe off the bed and just look at it for a second and then put it in my pack or strap it to my back, I guess, next to my mace.
I say, well, I hope that we get to Terran as well. Hope we don't forget him.
I think we will return there as soon as we are strong enough. Maybe when Demarcus returns.
Maybe. I don't know. Things have gotten out of hand.
Out of hand in what way?
I don't know. Seems that our party has suffered a great deal.
Yeah, there are more empty beds in here than I'd like to see.
Agreed. But we will recover. We will get Demarcus back, and we will get Terran back, and Hayeza and Damon are good additions.
I'm not worried about that. I'm just worried about the bigger thing. Have you ever noticed in the forest that there's a lot going on if you care to stop for a moment and look?
Yeah.
It's not.
How do you mean, Druid?
It's not just trees or animals, but there's everything. Each tree is made up of different little parts working together. When something dies or is killed, I think some humans might say that it's an evil or bad thing. But that's not necessarily, because whatever made up that being goes back into the rest of the system, rest of the forest. And if you begin to twist or skew or, I don't know, corrupt one aspect, everything's to fall apart. I feel like we need to be more careful. Not just with what group of humans say this, or what group of humans say that, or money, or politics. But there are much bigger things that are going on. And I wasn't sure about how gods really worked to begin with. I knew they existed. I knew that they had influence, but they weren't as big as nature itself. But now that is even being threatened. I don't know. I'm becoming more leery of our guild. Maybe the attention of Monitor. I don't know him. I don't feel him like I feel what it is to be connected with. And maybe you, Izzy, can talk to that more, but it's hard. We have to be careful. Otherwise, it's going carelessly from one thing to the next. We'll lose more people than just to self-sacrifice to a dragon or to the abyss. Might lose much more.
I think I understand what you're saying, though I'm not sure I entirely agree with you. I do think we should be careful. But if anything, this meeting with Marin has gotten rid of my suspicions of him. I trust him when he says that this is a mission that he got from a Manatur, and that is, I guess, a language that I am familiar with.
As the conversation drifts along, thoughts of the meaning of everything in grand systems and divine will, I am somewhat aloof and begin packing my non-bag of holding. Repacking.
Yeah. Well, I guess that's just something for me to learn.
I'm happy to talk about it with you. I know I've not always been open or forthright, but maybe it is no longer the time to be secretive.
Well, we all have burdens, whatever they are. And I'm willing to help support you all. And the guild hasn't done anything bad. I just can't see it all yet. Even as a druid, you're careful when you're in the forest. Because there are things I want to eat.
Of course. But Vosner, you've mentioned a couple times now that you have dreams that you've talked about with Arcanis, or Tetherman, I guess. Have you told us everything? Or are you keeping things to yourself?
Well, every time I seem to try and share, it seems like that person is away. First, I was trying to talk with Aristos. Because he had a suspicion when we first met Philomene, as did I. And we were going to talk with her together, and well, you see, he's much more learned than I am, and libraries. So I'm sure that he could have found things more quickly than. But of course, he was taken. And then Dargil, I was beginning to share with him. See, I knew that he was absent from us, and he said that he was below our floor. So I began to talk with him, and now he's gone. So
You can talk with the rest of us, you know.
true. I don't know what good would come of it, but pretty much what I shared in the room is it. That there's this. My dreams are connected with that plane of shadows. I don't know anything about it, but it seemed to be pretty much the opposite, where this plane is life, that is the app of life. And if it's connected to whatever's at the bottom of the guild, maybe that anti-life is what's trying to break through.
And what happens in your dream then? Is that it breaks through and destroys us, or what?
I haven't got that yet, but that is my initial feeling.
I'm sure it won't remain a dream forever, Druid. And as you know, living in the woods, life and death are a package. One never comes without the other. And so, perhaps it isn't best to get caught up in loss.
I turn and smile at E. Yes, even gods like mine know that there is a time to die.
Oh, well, that's not what death. As you know, and as you've seen, I can freely give it or abate it. I think that there is something that's going to destroy everything, where there won't be life or death. Whatever that plane is, there needs to be a balance between both.
Agreed.
So, if one is pushing against the other,
we'll push back.
Yes.
You know.
I understand.
And I feel that, at least with you two, that comes first. You all come first. And hopefully we keep enough folks around. In the meantime, maybe we can have a full squad again.
And more of these, I say, and tap my skull.
Yes, and more of those. It is strange to think that that's where we were a couple months ago, dealing with things like giant gorilla skulls and wolves and stuff. And now it is wondering whether or not there is a great cosmic force pushing up and threatening to overturn the balance between life and death.
You have a great predilection for taking heads. Is this typical?
For him, yes.
Lately, yes. And then when he says that, I'm reminded that I have a gladiator's head in my bag, or I find it as I'm packing and unpacking, and I kind of just take out this terrible, unclean, blood-covered gladiator head from our bout in the sewer.
Yeah, so what you notice is that the skin on the head has, it was like a hooded head that you cut off, but you kept it in the hood. But when you peek inside the cloth, what you find is instead of skin, it's like ash, and it comes out kind of like wet soot. It's just the murky black, disgusting. The skull remains.
Yeah.
And so you do have the head, the skull, but when you touch it, there's you don't have any way of detecting evil, but everything in your body tells you that this skull is evil.
Gross. Was this bed here Aristus's bed?
Yeah.
Okay. So I go over to Aristus's bed, and I take the bed sheet and wipe off the rotting ash flesh of the skull. Still disgusted by it, but eager to be rid of it very soon.
Yeah.
And there's a big black flesh stain here on the bed.
That's pretty gross. Where did you get that head? Is that one of the people that we fought with, the Hellhounds?
Yeah, they were attacking our and we couldn't have that.
Does it look humanoid, the skull?
Yeah, the skull is a human skull.
It must have belonged to one of the cultists. Strange.
Perhaps it's best to turn it into gold as soon as possible.
Yeah, probably. You should.
Do you turn heads into gold?
I'm sure as it was 1,500 years ago, there's a surprising market for people in need of heads and skulls. So I collect and I sell and keep those I like best.
And what delineates a skull that you like best?
Generally size. Bigger the better. And once again, I glare lovingly at my giant gorilla skull in the corner.
Fascinating.
Is it going to be strange now, E, with DeMarcus gone?
Yes, it will. I'm sure we'll miss his company, but I've no doubt we'll see him again very soon. And as he's in... Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I noticed that he never really called you E. Do you prefer Leeward?
No, I don't. But if life leads me in a certain direction, or that's the name I have to adopt again, then so be it. But as I mentioned, meta in our fireside chats, Leeward reminds me of what I was before the guild, and I'd like to keep that behind me. And as E, I'm able to do that, but inevitably these things seem to come back. Can't quite get rid of them, so...
Yeah, there seemed to be a lot of, I don't know, like a bittersweetness of having DeMarcus by your side again, and it was nice to have some childhood memories, but it also seemed to pain you sometimes.
Bittersweet is accurate, yeah.
Well,
but as DeMarcus is in Daramar, maybe we'll find ourselves around there in the near future if need be.
Perhaps. Sounds like we have a lot of different things to do.
Right.
Just a quick meta question. How many days until we set sail? Has it been 2 days?
So you guys, he wanted to leave in like at the end of the week, and you guys came in and did like 2 days of regular shit of like recovering, and then a day of training, and then you took on that quest, and on the 4th day you went and did that. So this is the end of the 4th day. So you have like kind of like 2-3 days until you leave for Gunderland.
Okay, that's good to know.
I need to take like 5 minutes to go pee.
Okay.
I'll be right
We'll
back.
take a break.
Yeah, break time.
Marcus's sole motivation for going back to Daramar was to tell Leeward, your mother, just how bad you've been and how weird you've become.
You bastard.
Tell your mom.
No! Well, I mean, if that's what you're going to do, that's what you're going to do, but...
Yeah, I got your message about that. He consciously left without talking to you.
Okay, fair enough.
He glanced at you as he left, but he wasn't really like paying attention to you.
Matt, I consider us friends in real life, but in D&D, man, I can't. I'm not digging DeMarcus here.
He told the group what the group needed to know and what they needed to hear, and on board with that or not.
I'm not on board. Don't talk to my mother, man. Do you know all of that backstory? Have you been cued in on that?
A decent amount, but if you I wasn't talking to you about it. You had the opportunity to talk to DeMarcus about it if that was bothering you, buddy.
You left before I could say anything.
Hey, it happens, man. This is a short life,
Go tattle on mom. That's fine. Actually, that would be funny if you could do that.
I think DeMarcus has bigger shit to worry about right now, to be honest.
Yeah, of course. That's
why, like, he left. I mean, it was like he has like a world-saving mission and an order from Mirren right now.
Right. But he'll take time out of his schedule to tell my mother that I've been a bad.
Yeah, for sure.
That he's alive.
Standard here. Did Isaiah? It cut out for me when you guys went back into the barracks. Did Isaiah leave?
Yeah, he just like went into town when he wasn't invited.
Yeah, okay. I was wondering if he was like, if he said something to him, or if he was like kind of like offended or hurt by not being invited.
He was kind of pissed about everything that happened beforehand and didn't want to be.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
All right. Had to be for like the last 30 minutes.
Nice.
It's not good for your bladder, John.
Yeah, dude, I know. But I also feel like living at home is not good for my bladder because, like, if I have to pee a little bit, I just go and pee, and then like I get into this habit of peeing like way more often than I normally would. Like, I
What
feel
else
like I
do you want
gotta
to tell
build
me
up
right now?
my like
100%
pee
understand what-
resilience.
That's something they don't tell you about grad school in philosophy is the infrequency of pissing. Just, you can't do it.
Trying to get a clause in our next collective bargaining agreement that handles just that.
Okay. I know I voted for you for a reason. Actually, I don't.
Oh,
Did
okay.
we vote for president, or did you just get it?
Yeah, it's not a super democratic process.
Oh, you're GAU president. I didn't know that. Congrats.
God no. Oh God no.
Oh, I thought you were. I thought you were
No.
president and Laurel was secretary or something.
No.
No, Laurel is organizing co-chair and I'm grievance co-chair.
Okay. Well, whatever
It was
those things are.
I had originally
Have they met
messaged you
to-
about the secretary thing, but it changed.
Oh, it changed? Did you
Yeah.
win?
It ended up being that the other person was only interested in that position, and I was fine with other positions. So
Well, I only wanted you for that particular position. I don't think you're really qualified for the other ones, so I guess kind of
Harsh.
awkward. I'm gonna have to send somebody a letter.
Have they met to renegotiate our
so
contract?
good at doing things that I'm
No,
not
we have
qualified for.
bargaining recently, and we have a main bargaining session on the 22nd of May.
So the letters to the board were worth something?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, who knows? Who knows? There's no telling like how those we had to do those though. Like that, you have to do that. That is like the move that has to be made. Like what it affected exactly, who the fuck knows?
Right, but okay. As long as they're coming to the table again.
So, are you just gonna name this episode "Giant Lore Dump," Laurel?
Yep.
Yeah.
Honestly, though,
This is,
such
this
good
is like one of my
storytelling.
favorite ones, man. Yeah.
Yeah, this
I'm
is
into
so
the
good.
mythology.
Yeah, it's been in the background for a long while. I was kind of wondering what moment would make it happen.
I also love any opportunity for us to like have long conversations and like sort out conflicts in character. I find it super interesting.
Yeah, no, totally.
And who would have thought it would have started with a gang war?
Bear Squad, not good at
John,
gang wars.
I write everything down right. You gave to Marcus, it was just Mirren's, like a letter that he quickly scrawled out, right? And it
Yeah,
was a letter
to somebody. Hold on.
Okay. Or it was to, there was kind of two parts to it, so I'm just trying to keep clear
So
about what
you
it
were
was. Even if
supposed
it's
to go inform, or DeMarcus is supposed to go inform Sabine about the situation involving the cult of Sirik, because that's what you were there hired for in the first place. And then also Marin wrote a letter to a wizard, which I didn't have her name at the moment, but her name is Amari, and signed it and sealed it with a ring that's not the guild sigil, but it's a different sigil that you, I guess DeMarcus might recognize it as a seal of the Silvery Moon Wizard Academy, which is basically is just a sigil that represents something to a different wizard named Amari, who's at the Citadel in Darmar.
Okay.
So the wizard asks for more wizard help.
Yeah.
Lots of ways we can kind of continue this. I didn't have like I have a bunch of things kind of like planned, but nothing like overtly. I'm not railroading you guys at the moment, aside for you guys have some days open. I didn't know how long you guys would be in the sewer, so I didn't want to railroad you too hard, but you have some days open before you're supposed to leave with your boy. I can't remember his Miliardo.
Mustache. Miliardo Mustache, I think is his full name.
Sounds right.
Miliardo the Stash Leventhorpe.
Yeah, it's canonical now, right?
One would say his mustache inspires hope in the eyes of the people of Moston. There's a lot of "Yes We Can" posters with his face on it going up as the campaign for him becoming Duke of Moston starts heating up.
It can be hard for me at times to sort out between who I think is a distrustful piece of shit and who Izzy trusts. Miliardo is definitely one of them. I'm like, he's too rich to be a good guy, and Izzy's like, he's all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So ridiculous.
So
doesn't care either way. It's like, meh.
I do want to get rid of this gladiator head. So if we go like, Hayes is coming back in the morning, I was going to suggest we go around town and try to meet up with him and offload this head in the meantime.
Oh, for the record, you guys did get paid for that quest.
Oh, sick.
Oh, okay.
So it would be only members of the guild. So it'd be Hayeza, Fosner, Isolde, E, and I guess DeMarcus would be splitting 280 guild coins. So I don't know how many that would be. Let's see. It's essentially 5 of you, because we don't include Leif or Tim. So 5 of you split 280. So somebody do that.
56?
That sounds right.
Ooh, I have enough for that staff, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh, for real? Getting the staff of withering?
Maybe. I have to check.
Yeah, I'd have to
Do
remember
it.
what it does.
Alright, so do we want to go see Pick a Nip then?
It's fairly late in the day now, right?
Yeah, actually, you guys went bright and early in the morning and then fought all day, and then you had like the evening. So yeah, I mean, I guess it's getting kind of late.
Oh,
Okay.
let's sleep back to morning.
Yeah, let's
do
just
what?
go to bed then.
Yeah.
Okay.
After our
So
nice long talk / lore dump.
okay. Hey, Izza, do you come back in the morning then?
Barracks. He just kind of like stays in the main room because he doesn't want to wake everybody up.
Okay.
I will, I guess, run into him when I go get breakfast then.
Yeah.
Overnight, did we notice whether Damon like just sat with his eyes open? Like, what did he do?
Oh yeah. I don't know if Leif wants to answer this or he disconnected.
Nah,
You'll never know.
He probably just refreshed.
that's even more terrifying.
Looks like he was having trouble hearing it. He probably just refreshed.
I think I got it now.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
Okay.
40 more guild coins for the stuff.
The question was, were you sleeping during the night, or were you like buzzing with your eyes open? What does a construct do while everyone sleeps?
I require time to rest and rejuvenate, but I am incapable of sleeping.
Okay. So, are you aware of what's going on in the room while the rest of us are sleeping?
I am.
Okay. Thank you. That's good to know. Sorry, carry on as you were. I was just curious.
Any attempt to remove my head while I am sleeping will be met with significant resistance.
I wouldn't dream of it.
Of course not.
I kind of look him over. I'm like, so is it all metal?
There
Referring
is
to your body.
there is wood and other components in my construction, but I am mostly metal.
Oh. Okay. All right.
It
Do
is
you need like?
sturdier, but makes me slower.
That makes sense.
Yeah, and if you guys had taken your time to like take a look, now that you're kind of up close and he's no longer wearing that cloak that like completely hides all of his armor, he's wearing like his body, the chassis is basically heavy plate armor like on his body, so it kind of just looks like he's a person, like a knight in full plate, but it's like grooved into and like specialized design for his body, and it's like stuck to it. It's not like a suit of armor that he's wearing, but like he is the suit of armor.
Cool. I feel like we fought moving suits of armors before. Oh well.
I think that was in the last campaign.
Oh, was it? Wow.
Yeah, in Death House.
I think that was this one. That was like one of the first ones in this one.
Yeah, during our initiation.
We did. Yeah, you fought automatons. Fuck, I didn't even think about that.
So, okay, that's interesting. Would he be like them?
No, because they were like rusty old like training robots.
Got it. He's high tech.
Yeah, he's like very advanced and shows very little wear, given that he's potentially been in stasis for 1,500 years.
Crazy.
Cute.
I was thinking about this. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, I seem mostly without affect, but if you pay attention, you can tell I'm a little indignant when I say, I am not a moving suit of armor.
Duly noted.
He did say that he was ensouled earlier, Dylan. Whatever that means.
That he was what?
Ensouled.
Yeah. We could. I would like to explore the philosophy of robots being ensouled in whatever universe this is, but maybe not so early in the morning.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you actually want to know, like, meta level, I can give you some information to make sense
That
of
would be
it,
cool.
but- Okay,
Cool
just generally, the race Warforged is like what he qualifies as. And it is like a new thing that got added as like an expansion from a certain thing called the Eberron or something like that. It's like the book is what it's from. Anyways, long story short, they're just like an ancient race of construct people, but they're not in Forgotten Realms, which is the universe we're in. So they're like, this is like a unique thing. Having like constructed robots that are like golems that will like shoot arcane energy and defend something is like one thing, but having one that's like a person with a soul is very rare. And so I'm basically taking from that with that class.
But not a species because it's not biological, but a prolonged history.
It's a race. It's a race of things.
Got it.
But they don't. That they're essentially in this world. He is one of a kind with no like parents other than a wizard.
Very cool.
Dang.
Let's eat.
Yep.
We'll see if he eats.
Breakfast time.
All right. I didn't prepare. I didn't even think about you guys. So Hayaza, I guess, would show up.
Yeah, he would have been like waiting, just eating breakfast when you guys got.
Good morning.
Morning.
Where were you all night?
Out with some.
You cut out, Stan.
Yeah, sorry.
I was out with some friends from the caravan from back home.
Very good. Did they find the sanctuary that they needed?
It's still kind of rough, still with the caravans, but progress is being made.
Good. Glad to hear it.
Well, it seems that we talked to the guild masters, and well, seems like we're getting to the point where we'll understand more of the guild's secrets soon enough. But as you probably may have put together, the guild is much deeper than anyone could ever expect. So you may be, I don't know, what would you call it? You clear spring cleaning. You might have to clean out some areas in the basement.
Hey, Isaac clearly has no idea what you're talking about.
And you look over Vosner, and one of the members of Owl Squad gives you kind of like a look, like maybe you shouldn't be talking about this. Like, be careful on what you say.
Yeah, I'm equally made uncomfortable because for certain reasons Hayaza makes me uncomfortable, and so I give Vosner a similar look of let's leave it at that. And in fact, I'll say as much, and we'll leave it at that.
Isolde looks confused.
Is pretty annoyed by everything that's going on, but he's not saying anything about it. But he's also not hiding it.
Yeah. I just resume eating and ask if anyone has any plans today.
Damon is just sitting rigidly upright and staring at E as he eats.
I'm unnerved by that, and to cope, I eat more cheese. The half wheel of cheese, I just start eating like it's a watermelon or something.
As far as plans for today go, I know that you wanted to go into town, E.
Right.
I think that would be smart. And we wanted to go see Pick a Nip, which would also be good.
Restock. I wonder if we could go see our fighter in that bar, or if we're not welcome back there.
Oh, what fighter? Oh, Joe
Joe
Hoff?
Hoff?
We are almost certainly not welcome back.
I do not think that is a wise idea.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah.
I'm good for unwise ideas.
By the way, Damon, now having that cloak and having attuned to it overnight, you can essentially change your appearance like once per day, and it'll just hold unless you purposefully like turn it off. And so you can kind of look like pass as a humanoid for like people who aren't looking closely. You can pick what you look like. You know, whatever class or whatever race, gender, age you want.
I like focus hard to look just like a human, with the goal of looking like almost exactly like E, but just like slightly different. Like uncannily.
That is exactly what I was hoping you were gonna say. Oh my god.
I begin sweating profusely upon seeing my doppelganger manifest across the table from me, and am deeply troubled by it.
That's so funny.
We'll just say that you're actually able to do it like at will. Since the cape you gave up was super fucking powerful. You have to focus on it for a little bit. But...
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do all that I can to avoid looking at Damon because he looks.
Can I
Just
roll an
try to
insight
pretend
check
I'm not here
to see whether or not Izzy picks up on Hayez's attitude?
Yeah. I mean, if he's not hiding it, you just pick up on whatever affect he's throwing at you. So if he's, frustrated. But I mean, if you want to ask Stan what he's actually... Oh, fuck.
I guess like with that, like you know that he's still pissed off about yesterday, but like doesn't want to say anything because he's still the new guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's like kind of studying him and trying to figure out what the best way is to bridge this, I guess, gap in experiences and outlooks. So, you might notice her kind of sizing you up a little bit. Because she is insightful, but she is not stealthy.
Could be all that plate mail.
He just like doesn't say anything. He's like perfectly comfortable, just like waiting it out.
That's fine. She finally speaks up and says, if we go into town, are you going to come with us?
Sure.
I hope that you didn't feel, I guess, too left out by Marin's choice to speak with us alone.
He kind of laughs and is like, yeah, that's fine. I've been here for a day and a half.
All right.
Damon, like without much tact, says, I have been here less time than that.
That is helpful.
Like laugh, like he genuinely thinks that's funny.
And I'll turn to Izelda. I'm like, I like this honest. It's very nice.
You like what?
I said honesty is very nice.
Yeah,
For
It is.
the pun.
I know that we've had a very eventful couple of days, and it is maybe not the best introduction to being in a group if they immediately go against everything that you believe in. But if we're going to be a group, we should try to work together and reach some sort of understanding, I think.
Understanding of
That I realize that you're upset with us for how we handled things in the sewers. And I don't think we will be very cohesive if there is not some sort of an understanding reached. I think you will probably just think we're idiots forever, which is partially the truth.
it seems that we don't even know what we almost caused, or that you don't even know what almost happened.
I think that that is accurate. I can't speak for everyone, but when we were in the fight with the cultists and the hellhounds, I don't understand enough about gang wars and turf wars and things to, I guess, differentiate. But in my mind, we knew that the Crimson Rats had given the cultists a place to work in the sewers, and they were not trustworthy and were perhaps a threat to us if that was the case. And with our group already so injured, I thought that E made the right call in trying to just scare them into backing down and giving us passage. It would have been better maybe than waiting for them to get the first attack on us, but I must admit that you're right. I don't understand the intricacies of it all. I saw them as a threat, and that was about it.
He kind of sighs and is like, you can't just attack people here. And if you do, you sure as fuck can't let any of them get away.
I understand.
I drain whatever ale I was drinking. Just motion for another.
Getting drunk at breakfast.
Yeah, well, yeah. It's also very clear that on my left is Hayeza, whom seems to know a lot about gang activity, and for that reason is somewhat off-putting. And across from me is my doppelganger that I know to be a Meccano man underneath. And so, on both sides.
When emotions for an ale, I perform an identical motion.
I just stare at you, yeah, speechless.
I think that
I stare back.
Maybe the best way of going forward then is, if it's ever the case that we're dealing with those sorts of things again, to trust you to make the call, Hayeza.
Thank you. Yeah, that's probably best.
I say, what sort of things like that do you mean, Isolde?
I mean, I don't think we're going to be welcomed back down into the sewers anytime soon, but if a situation arises where, we run into Joaf and he says that we need to be involved, that I'm not used to, I don't know, calling shots or taking the lead on things, and it would be very foolish and not very wise of me to think that I could call the shots on something that I don't understand. And it seems that of all of us, Hayeza understands that the most.
You mean gang activity?
Yes.
As long as we're clear on that.
I think that's
Hayeza clearly thinks it's weird that you're bothered by that, of all people.
How clear is clear?
He just kind of like gives you like a stone face look, like, what the fuck?
Okay.
I turn to Hayeza and say, "Do you also take heads?"
He laughs and goes, "No, but a friend back in Kalimshan was fond of scalps."
Interesting. Do you take scalps?
No, it's not my.
Maybe the issue here is that I am very used to working in, I guess, more or less black and white. And we've made friends now with Hayeza and also with Johoff, and neither of them seems to be doing anything other than, their livelihood. I don't think that we should necessarily judge what is gang activity as harmful, although I think that when it involves the cult of Sirik, maybe we can all agree that that at least is harmful.
Agreed.
Hayeza?
I'm not
Go ahead.
supporting the cult of Sirik. I just think we should be smarter about how we handle gang activity.
Agreed. And I don't know how to be smart about that, so I think it is best left to you.
Agreed.
I want to say that, you know how I talked about, the forest being much more connected yesterday in the inn?
Sure.
No.
This would be, well, being the druid of the group, I can only talk in terms of trees. I speak for the trees. But I try to say that everything is connected, and if you corrupt one part or touch one part, it affects the other thing. So we have to be careful with our actions. Trying to at least convey the wisdom that you shared earlier yesterday.
Yeah.
So, thank you, Hayeza, for that.
Yeah. We'll do our best.
And I want to apologize for my bias, particularly about the gang activity things, but the only real group like that I was aware of growing up was a group in my own town, and they caused a lot of people a lot of terror and persecuted and harmed people. So two factions living peacefully, or more or less peacefully, in a sewer going about their own business is not something that I was familiar with.
Yeah, it's not like they're good people, but a piece like that is far better than the old.
Agreed. So, I don't think we're going to be rushing back to the sewers anyway, but it is nice that we can find some understanding and go out on the town and not worry too much about it. And maybe we can tell Hayasa a little bit about our future tasks once we are not in the guild.
Want to make our way down to Pickenip?
Oh yes, that first.
Okay, you guys want to go to picnic?
Yep.
Yeah.
Picnic. Oh, fuck, do I not have money? 1 moment, please. Could have been preparing this. Could have been preparing it.
You would have missed all of our excellent roleplay, John.
Oh, for true. Seriously, I don't know where the fuck it is. Is it not in here?
Alright, we can theater of imagination it.
No, I'll find it. Don't you dare do anything without visual aid.
Yeah, I want 2 arrows and
I had a system, but I don't know if I... Oh, there it is.
Quick, spend all your guild coins before you can do it.
It's done, motherfuckers! Oh, except for I want different music. Wrong one. Yeah, this one. Okay. So, you guys are walking upstairs to Picnic, and for the first time when you walk in the shop, you don't hear anything.
What?
It's all quiet.
No way.
I go to the barrel of arrows, which I assume is that. I don't know.
Yeah, sure.
And I load my quiver of arrows and look around. Say hello?
Oh, hey, what? Hello? You snuck up on me! And he just comes out. Yeah, his mechanical leg is just making all sorts of noise. Then he looks at Damon and goes, "Hey, I'm part you! Or you're part me!" I guess you could look like E, so
Yeah.
maybe instead he goes, "E, you've cloned yourself! Great job!"
I gulp and like turn pale whenever I look at Damon and go, not a clone.
No, alright, well, hello, E's brother. Do you need equipment too?
This one is an ally.
Yes.
So can I like remove the cloak so that like I
Yeah.
appear the way I
Yeah,
know,
you can
like, and then when I put it back on. Okay.
Basically, when
Yeah,
you
then
put
I'll-
the hood up, we'll just say when you have the hood up, you look like a human underneath it, and when you take the hood off,
Okay.
it reveals your robot face.
Okay. Yeah, then I take the hood off.
Holy shit! Guys, do you see what I'm seeing?
Yes, I know it is very strange, but he's very nice.
I am very nice.
And confident.
I'm pretty sure the guild's been fighting things that look like you for like 10 years now. But
He's-
welcome to my shop.
Fighting unnecessarily, it should be noted.
Wait, the guild's been fighting with constructs?
I've said a lot. All right. What do you guys need? You got those guild coins?
Cool. Yeah, I guess we'll have to fill you in when there's not a lot of listening ears.
I didn't hear any of that.
And I turn to Isilda and E, and I say, I know that I'm not one for buying many things, but could I borrow about 40 guild coins?
I give you 40 guild coins.
And I am very excited and I say, I would like to have the Staff of Withering.
Wow! What a
And I just pull
purchase!
out this giant thing of coins, and like, I haven't been able to use many of these.
All right. Yeah. So he gives you the Staff of Withering. Wow, what an item. I'll look it up.
Yeah, man.
Oh, that's sick,
I had
dude.
to buy something.
Well, I want to see that pay off. That looks awesome.
Yeah, I don't even know what it does.
Yeah.
That looks very impressive.
Yeah,
I feel so
basically you
much
have 3 charges to do necrotic damage, and if you succeed on the, or if they fail on the saving throw, they have disadvantage on ability checks or saving throws that use strength or constitution. So they become weaker.
Yeah.
Dope.
Super dope.
I'll be the debuff machine.
Oh, is that all you need? Just arrows and a staff?
For now, yes, I
very
think
excited.
so.
I asked Pickinip because I don't think I've ever exchanged skulls with him before, but I asked him if he's in the market for human skulls.
Huh, these days in this skull market, not a chance.
All right, fair enough. Thought I'd try.
Oh, skull market.
Maybe before the spell plague, if you know what I mean. Before everything tanked.
Oh my god. Nice plague joke, John.
Thanks.
Alright. I'm going to save my guild coins for something. So I'm not looking for anything else. Anyone else buying stuff, or should we go into town?
Let's head into town. Good.
All right.
yeah.
good luck. Yeah, Hayeza got 56 gold coins.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So if you wanted to get something, you could, but if you don't, it's fine. Okay. You guys going into town? Where are you going?
To the skull market, obviously.
Yeah, I don't remember what part of town that would be. But
Yeah, and I do not have art for it.
I just put my hood back up.
Let's see.
I instantly turn pale.
You can choose a different thing if you want to, but if you want to keep being E, that's pretty.
I do want to keep being E.
Diego will suggest that you change it so we don't draw too much attention.
All right, I will try and shift slightly away from looking exactly like E, but
You can look like me with the qualifier that you're very clean and like your complexion is clean and your hair is well done.
what the hair that you can see with the hood up is blonde.
Okay, so
Oh.
blonde and clean, and I'm brunette and filthy. That should be enough of a
Much
difference.
more comfortable, yeah.
Love it.
So the place you sold skulls is, I think,
Almaner's
know.
Curiosities, wasn't it?
was it
That sounds right. There's the Theater of Oddities in the Fort
Yeah,
District.
it wasn't the oddities. I know that.
It was the
think it
place
was-
that we sold the or that we bought the bag of holding.
Yeah, but I don't remember where. It might have been the curiosities.
I think it was Almaner's because we went and got Taryn's hat stitched at the haberdashery and then went to Almaner's Curiosities, I think.
Well, the haberdashery's in Uptown, whereas Almaner's in the dock.
I don't think anyone would have bought skulls in Uptown, though.
No,
Correct.
It wasn't that. It was a curiosity.
it was a curiosities place.
Okay, so you guys head to Almaner's Curiosities. While you're walking, kind of on the Tradeway Bridge there, up towards the docks, you see the standard just like influx of ships, and you see the ship that maybe Miliardo was referencing. That's almost fully built in the port, and it is massive. It has like multiple sails, and like along the ship there are like at least from what you can see a dozen ballistas pointing off of it.
Ooh, ballistas.
And do you guys just keep on heading towards All Manors?
Did we ever talk to Miliardo about finishing the job, or I mean, we got paid for it, so I assume he knows we finished the job.
Yeah, we'll just say Joe Hoff told him.
Okay, then I don't have anything to say to him.
Okay. So you walk past the Lee Wind and over down the street to Almaner's Curiosities, and I can't remember what Almaner sounded like. Fuck. Where's Tim when you need him? Anyways.
Yeah.
So you walk in, and it's the guy that sold you skulls. Fuck. I did not anticipate you'd come here today. All right, so you walk in, and the guy greets you and just says, "Hello, is there anything I can do for you?"
I step forward and I say, "Yes, are you interested in buying a skull off of me? Human skull."
Oh, yes, I remember you. You were the fella who sold me the other skulls.
I believe they were Allosaurus.
Unfortunate skulls. Yes, I know all about those. Did you know that those were cursed?
No, I say.
Yes, I did some investigative digging, and it appears that they're harvested from the realm of the abyss. Would you know anything about that?
No, I say.
Roll a deception check.
Yeah, someone.
Yeah, roll deception.
What was it?
Deception?
Hey, Izzy's gonna do an insight check against that too.
Damn.
Yes, well, I imagine you have another evil skull for me to purchase.
Well, I say evil or not, I mean, surely there's a niche market for blessed items and evil items, so
Yes,
you could
but
turn
I'm
it
not
around.
willing to have them in my inventory. You
Well,
go find like a witch in the woods or something.
so you're not interested in purchasing this skull. All I can say is that it came from a cult member, and was easy to flesh.
Jesus Christ. No, I don't want a skull. A human skull? It's a human skull?
Correct.
That's just like walking around with a crime on you. You murdered someone.
Adventurers encounter humans all the time. I'm sure the guild is guilty of that crime 10 times over. But if you're not interested, and
The guild is murdering people?
the guild sends people on quests, and occasionally people are opposed to the goals of those quests.
And sometimes guild members skin other humans alive. It's a thing that happens, apparently. I was
We're
surprised.
getting
People
way
die
off
in this
track.
world, shopkeep.
I try and like say quietly to E, so that others can't hear my voice. I think now is the time to stop talking.
Yeah. I hear myself say that and turn pale once again, and gulp, and I say, "So be it." And as I head towards the door, I set the skull on a table and just walk out.
Don't leave your trash in here.
Oh, he saw it? Damn.
Oh, you'd
Yeah,
have to roll a
unless-
sleight of hand if you're trying
You'd
to
have
hide
to
it.
sleight of hand if you're trying to sneak it in.
Yeah, let's try it. Yay!
All right. Yeah,
Oh,
you successfully hide a cursed skull in his shop.
I don't
This
want
guy's
it.
gonna kill you, man.
Can I see if I noticed?
If it beats your passive perception, unless people are
Dang.
really watching people.
Yeah, no.
Um,
I trust you.
that's how I run it.
That's your mistake.
So true.
I-
Izzy's
I never
perpetual
trust-
mistake.
Yeah, but Unless you're suspecting that he's going to do something in particular, then I don't have people roll perception.
Nope, just blissfully naive.
If I'm just like still like mostly observing E, would I have seen it?
Roll perception, I guess. Since you're kind of just like people watching at all times. This is kind of a weird. No.
Yay!
You totally missed it.
All right.
And it's weird that it. Oh, never mind. No, it's good. Okay. Very perceptive robot. This is perception too.
His senses deceive.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm taking in all the sensory data, but can't make sense of any of it.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot going on. It's a very loud and bright world. You haven't really been outside, and
yeah, all I've known is like a sewer chamber for like 3 decades or whatever.
Right.
Yeah.
And E's bullshit is a lot to take in.
And I'm really trying to get a handle on it.
And
oh shit! I
just
don't know.
and walk out of the shop.
Okay. Is there anything else you guys want to do?
Not in town particularly.
Clubs.
You guys want to go rescue Taryn right now?
Yeah.
We could, couldn't we?
If only.
Yeah.
Could
We have a
like,
robot with us
over
now.
there? We're gonna have like one of the guild members bamf us over there. There should be a circle or something, right?
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
just do it while we're half-staffed. It's fine.
For the record, when it comes to teleportation, it is more rare in this world. Hence why like DeMarcus is going on foot places. Like it is in this world that's fairly high magic, teleportation is like a very rare thing. Just so you know.
Cool.
Just so you know.
Okay.
Possibly because I like testing out my travel mechanic system. Possibly because of that.
I mean, we still have to travel through the woods.
Yeah, no, but anyways. And you would have to have like circles and stuff established, so that it wouldn't be like clean. Anyways.
I mean, the druid wouldn't trust it anyway.
True story. You could just turn into an Allosaurus and just fucking race there, though. They have like 90 movement speed a turn or some shit. I don't know,
Fuck.
something crazy.
Yep. I painted one of those minis.
Fuck yeah.
So do we have
For
stuff
what?
to do in town for the next 2 days?
You don't really have
think
any
so.
requirements. Nothing pressing. I just meta level stuff. I wanted to make sure you had enough time if you ended up stuck in the sewers or whatever.
Yeah,
for
makes
a long
sense.
time. But no, I haven't prepped any other like individual things. But if you want to go talk to anybody, you can do that. Otherwise, we can just kind of end early since we kind of hit everything I needed to. All of the other shit I prepped for did not happen.
Well, if we have some time off, so to speak, I will go and help Tyven maintain the shrines to Ilmater.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Are you just going and doing that alone?
I mean, other people can come with me. I'm just saying, narrative-wise, if there's nothing to do for the next couple days and we'll pick up preparation-wise right before we get on the ship, that's kind of what Izzy would be up to if we had downtime.
I would continue training. I see a training montage in my head, but I am curious what Damon does during the next 2 days of brushing up and training on my skill. Like, is he accompanying me around the guild? Does he have an assigned guild master?
He,
Yeah. Yeah, he's just he's fixated on you right now to like a certain
Okay.
degree. So like if you go do something and there's like no group plan to do anything together or whatever, he's following you.
Got it. Okay.
Man, you lost
Covered.
one shadow and gained another one.
During this montage, periodically you will see E like up to like shooting a bow or hitting a dummy with his sword, and behind him will be his blonde, clean doppelganger just glaring at him, and E being made very uncomfortable by that whole thing.
Beautiful.
Thanks.
So,
But-
there is some training, light training, nothing like hardcore classes or anything with the instructors if you want that, like the guild masters. Damon is actually training with Marin on spells, and Marin
Okay.
is helping him
Cool.
fill out his new spell book and asking him questions about like
Yeah.
the Netherese Empire. Shit
Yeah,
like
if
that.
Marin asks me for anything, like everything else is low priority relative to that.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, can I also spend some time in the library and figure out what the fuck that is?
Yeah. Why don't you roll a history check with advantage, or investigation, let's say, with advantage, because you've got 2 days to research. Okay, so you learn that the Netherese was a group of humans, normally with fair skin and dark hair, that basically had a magic empire that spanned, I think, 2,000 years or so. But they all faded mostly after this event called Crassus's Folly, which took place in about 300 BC. So the year is negative 300.
Whoa. Okay, good to know.
Yeah, that's about all you get from that.
Could I also roll a history check about drow and like necrotic goblins?
Yeah, well, I'll do another. Yeah, let's do a history with that one. That's fine. You don't find any books specifically linking drow and necrotic goblins. You don't find anything on necrotic goblins. You do find the drow have a tendency to be allied with darker powers that tend to be, wielders of necrotic damage, but it's pretty light connection.
Cool. I will make note of all of these things.
Okay.
Oh, and at some point when we are all going to bed, maybe after this first day out, Izzy is going to tell the group about a letter that she wrote for her parents that she keeps in her prayer book in case anything happens to her, that you would all know that that's there, because now everyone that she told about that is gone. So, covering all the bases.
Okay. It'll be well looked after.
Yeah.
I guess during this time, Vosner would also be in the library.
Yeah, you had prepared some stuff. What do you have?
He was going to look on.
Hey, Leif, can you mute your keyboard?
Oh yeah.
No worries.
He was going to look up some of like the oldest books on like the geographic area, maybe things related to like some of the oldest maps or folk tales, things not necessarily academic, but a little bit more like mythic story based.
Yeah, do a history check with advantage. we crit it.
Oh, I did crit it.
Yeah. So, you are looking through some old books on the Netherese Empire. And because you're looking for maps of locations, and you find one that looks a lot like the map that you have in your head of Toril, and it's showing all. This is just the world. It's showing all of these different Netherese cities, and near the Wheeldath, kind of near Mossstone. But the geography is slightly different. The bay doesn't come in as far. The Wheeldath seems a lot bigger and spreading into a lot more area. But near that, you see kind of where you can guesstimate the guild is, a thing on the map that says Osadon, spelled like this. And it's just marked, and you can't really read it super well. You just actually it's in characters that you can't read. But once you ask Marin, he's surprised by it too and realizes that it says Osadon in Netherese.
Okay.
So you may have found the name of the city or location that was once Mossstone.
And then one other thing I'm looking up is anything on Shadowfell or the Plane of Shadows.
Yeah. Roll Arcana.
With advantage or just regular?
Let's say disadvantage because this shit's real obscure.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically, you know that the Plane of Shadow is a plane that people kind of came into contact with thousands of years ago, probably Netherese wizards. And you know that something happened involving during the spell plague that transformed the Plane of Shadow, but you don't really understand what. It's a lot of like magical jargon, but you know now that it's called the Shadowfell, and that's all you know.
Okay. Cool. I guess that's all I got on.
Hey, Izza's going to use this time to go into the just town and listen for rumors on the Leventhorpes because he knows we're going to be working with them and he doesn't trust his party's judgment.
Yeah. Roll an investigation check. Just a straight roll. Oh. For such a high investigation, that's such a low roll. Fuck. Alright. Yeah. So you hear that the Leventhorpes are the most powerful house in town now, that the Vaudrys are kind of in second place, but pretty far behind, and that the Lockwaters are now in kind of a distant third, having lost a lot of their economic power and seats in the city. As far as the Leventhorpes being up to seedy stuff, it doesn't seem like there's much of a connection. It seems like they don't go out of their way to like deal with crime, so they're like maybe a little bit they're not necessarily innocent. They might be enabling certain criminal activity, like silver crabs smuggling shit, but they're not necessarily carrying it out, and they're not doing anything nefarious that you can detect.
All right, cool. And then all of that would be new information to him too.
Right. So you get a decent vibe. Nothing. I mean, for rich folks who run everything, that's never like a good vibe. But it's no, it's not. They're no tyrants like you would have seen
Right.
in Kalimsham.
Okay, cool. That's it for him then.
Okay. Who's left? E is doing a training montage. And then is Damon want to do anything?
Am I training with Marin?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
I mean, you would kind of be. That would be because each person has a master assigned to them based on their class
Yeah.
abilities.
I feel like most at home with Marin, so I'm training with him as much as he allows.
Yeah, he's totally cool with it. And if you have questions for him, you can hear him.
Yeah, I would be. So I would ask him like, how did you know of my master?
Oh, I've read about Multanus and many of the other Netherese mages in books. That's the only way I'd heard of him.
Is he very well known here?
No, I'm afraid the fact that he disappeared thousands of years ago has, made him somewhat of an obscure figure. But it appears that you told him that you found his body, right?
Yeah, that's what I was just going to say. If I hadn't told him that.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
that
he would
I do not believe he disappeared. I believe he is below.
Whoa.
Dead then. Is that
Did
why
he say
you
so?
have his cloak?
It is.
Yes.
I awakened suddenly from stasis. I'm not sure why. I suspect it has something to do with being here with you. But when I awoke, I could not find my way out, so I took the cloak and the spell book and spent the next several decades teaching myself magic on the creatures in the sewers.
Yes. Well, I imagine perhaps, like many things in Toril, it was the spell plague that awakened you. Many powerful magics broke down all at about the same time years ago during the spell plague, and any sort of stasis spell would probably have been completely disrupted. A similar thing happened in the land of Kalimsham, in fact. Many powerful creatures which were held by magical bonds were set free, and the wars between them began once again, causing much chaos and destruction.
What caused the failure of magic?
Well, it's not entirely clear, but people believe that it had something to do with Cyric murdering the god of magic, Mystra herself.
Many years ago, when the flying cities fell, it seemed that the magic had temporarily suspended itself in our world. Are the two events related?
Well, not directly, but insofar as they're both moments in time where the goddess Mystra, or Mistral as she was before she died the first time, fell and died. In the first instance, it was because of a wizard named Crassus, who attempted to turn himself into the god of magic, and in doing so, destroyed all magic in Toril for a moment. That's what brought the cities down, we believe. Were you there to witness it?
I was.
It
was this event that brought Multanus and I here.
Interesting. Why did you come here?
Multanus had a project he was working on with a dozen other wizards. You never let me know what the project was, but I was able to discern that it was of utmost importance.
Yes, well, whatever Multanus had here, I'm sure a Monitor was the one who instructed him to do it. If that is the case, then we will figure it out in due time. This is all very helpful information. This is going to aid us in our attempt to get deeper into the catacomb.
I am glad to have been of service.
For the record, you do know the name of this place, and as soon as Vosner comes in and starts reading, and he finds this thing and brings it over to Marin, we'll just say that you were there for that.
Okay.
You recognize Osidon as the shorthand for the Osidon Arcane Portal Nexus.
Okay. So I would share that with. Then I would share that with Marin.
Yeah, and Marin. Yeah, and Marin would respect it.
You cut out there, John.
Oh, I would just say Marin would be excited about that because that's what he assumed this place was.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Cool.
I think, I would ask Marin, what brought you to suspect that, and what is the significance of it for our work here?
Well, in the Netherese Empire, there were a number of locations where portals were set up in an array in order to enable quick transportation. We believe that at the bottom of this guild, there are perhaps a series of very large portals that connect up to a lot of different places around Toril. I anticipate this is why Multanus would want to have sealed it away. Whatever could come through those portals might not be friendly. Whoever's in control of these portals is in control of a vast amount of the area of Toril. Being able to reach into and out of every area of this planet is a very powerful ability.
And that is why we seek to control it.
Or at least to keep it out of hands that are motivated by greed or something else.
I believe E would find great excitement in such a portal. The amount of heads he could collect would be of great variety and number.
The amount of what?
Far off in the distance, you hear, "No!"
The heads, the skulls that he collects.
Oh, you mean just animal skulls, trophies from his hunting exploits.
Precisely, the skulls of all animals.
Nice.
It's a very weird way of saying it, but I think I understand you.
Yeah, I don't think I have any other questions at the moment.
It's got a lot of good info there.
Yeah.
All of you combined.
So many good notes.
So many lores.
Yeah, also, just as a note, Toril is the name of the planet we're on, correct?
Yes. Yeah. Faerun is the continent.
Yep.
Tethir is the country.
Yep.
And Mostone is the city.
Yep. Okay,
and
cool.
The guild is where you're at.
Nice.
Yeah. So, long story short, he suspects that there are portals that reach out to all of Toril. That this place was at least used for that at one point.
Very cool. Well, it's going to take me a week to process all this information.
The good news is that's exactly when we'll play again.
Well,
Do we have more shit we want to do?
Go
Today?
find a dragon.
Yeah.
probably not today.
Yeah. So just behind the scenes shit, I do suspect that next week will be I'll just prep for the trip to Gunderlin unless you guys have other shit you want to do. I mean, if you guys all vote like we're gonna abandon that shit and go try to kill the dragon, I will prep for that. But you know, I just the problem with Roll20 is that I have to railroad it a little bit in terms of what I prep because of the art and shit. But
That's no big deal. Let's finish the axe mission and then we can go get Taryn back.
I don't know if
Maybe.
we're prepped to get Terran without DeMarcus, though.
That's true.
I mean,
But
you do have a pretty big squad now.
Do we?
I
Joe
really
Huff.
think swapping out a sorcerer for a rogue is what we needed to win that fight.
You know, just get real up close and personal with the dragon.
Well, he can shoot it. I think one of the problems with the group is that it's all people with swords or like melee weapons.
I don't have swords.
More or less.
You were a cat.
I have
Okay.
arrows.
Yeah, Dylan and Taryn were the only people that did damage to it.
Nice.
Anyway.
Nonetheless, we'll finish the Red Axe mission next week.
Yeah.
Sweet.
And why
Yeah,
don't we chat a bit on the Discord server as far as what else we might think that we're doing next week?
Yeah. Feel free to post there. I hope to use this Discord as kind of just instead of the text message where we have to like constantly update the list of who's kind of playing more often and who's not. We can just use the Discord, which does have a mobile app, so you can basically use it like a chat room anyways. And then we can just run everything out of here. And if you have questions about shit, or if you want to ask me personal character questions, then it keeps like a log of it, which makes it a lot easier to like go back and figure out what we
Nice.
did. So yeah, if you have questions about your character, you can send me a private message on this.
Izzy, do you have like a running list of loose ends at the moment?
I do.
Do you think on the Discord server, like a brief assessment of the loose ends, just so that we can make informed decisions about what we do
Yeah, I can do that.
step by step forward?
I also may
I
have
have
made
some.
like a whole slideshow of all of the locations and all of the NPCs and all of the members of all the different guild squads.
Nice.
So I will also post that there.
Yeah, you have administrator, right? So I'm guessing you can just like create a channel if you want and post links to stuff and sticky them.
Ooh, I'm official.
But thanks for doing this stuff with the Discord, everybody. I know it's a pain in the ass to switch to another system, but I do think it has the most potential for having the most cohesive interaction.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it works well.
Worked really well. And I checked on the stream a couple times throughout the thing. All of the maps came in clear. You can hear all of the audio clear. Nothing gets super glitchy or weird. So I think this is the better evolution so far.
Yeah.
What a time to be alive.
Yeah, for real. Everybody, welcome again, Leif's character, the exposition dump. So helpful. Thanks so much for
Expositional
reading
trauma.
all of that like shit that I wrote for you, and then you're like, all right, I'll memorize this.
So cool.
Yeah.
Also, we needed a new freakishly tall, somewhat naive character.
Yeah, there was definitely a hole in the group.
Well, like, there's really no reason to go fight the dragon at this point.
Yeah.
We have a
So-
new big puppy.
I could imagine a friendship between a dragonborn sorcerer and a warforged wizard might be like the greatest narrative arc possible.
So cute.
Each with their own specific kind of naivete.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a conversation between those two would just be pure gold.
Yeah, if this shit starts going off, I'm just gonna I might just do a spin-off and cancel the whole campaign. It's just me, Life, and Stan.
I love it.
But yeah, I think that's kind of all. We can just end the session here. But Matt is like leaving to go back to the rural world, internet-free world.
Nice.
So,
Yeah, I
find a
might.
send off.
I mean, I definitely won't be able to like play. Like, I won't be able to use Roll20 stuff for sure.
Yeah.
I might be able. I'll try to like keep checked in and use the. It might be a good time for us to have gone to the Discord thing if it has an app, because I might be able to kind of like still hang out when you guys are doing your missions and stuff, and just keep up and kind of keep in touch with it.
Or, watch Laurel's stream if you get a chance to go to a coffee shop or some shit and just want to chill and watch it.
Yeah. I'll try to keep up as best as I can.
It'll be helpful too.
I should be back maybe like a month or maybe a little bit more, something like that.
Okay.
Whether DeMarcus comes back, we'll just have to see. Who knows? But
Don't
Yeah.
even.
hey, man, this is an open narrative structure we're working with here.
I know.
Who knows? Maybe he just got stabbed to death on the road to Dark.
Death is the end.
There have been a lot of goblin ambushes lately.
Yeah. It would just be another in a long line of Matt's characters dying first. Maybe rivaled only by Tim's NPCs dying in fits of fire.
What a fucking hero. And the funny thing was, you guys got him into such a bind that I thought I was gonna have to kill Joe off. I was like, you fuckers.
You just keep killing off all the characters. You're like, well, I guess whatever we do is fine.
It's just one of life's great patterns.
I could tell that Tim. Yeah, he was a bit exasperated by that. He's like, "Look, you guys need to chill out and quit reckless."
I think you guys have been fighting beasts in the woods for so long that like anytime you see aggressive or like it's something that you're like, I don't know, that looks like it might kill us, you just like fire right away.
Shoot first.
Jump on it.
Ask questions later.
Take the skull
I was
afterwards.
Completely honest, and like Izzy's assessment of the situation was exactly what I was acting on. Like, of course she would have thought, hey, we just fought a bunch of cultists, and now here's these guys, and they're related somehow. They're probably going to attack us. We're already pretty worse for wear. Why wait for them to jump us?
Is your stream on Twitch?
Yes.
I want to watch this one to see whether or not they were adequately warned.
Oh, yeah. Adequately told to surrender in their own house.
Hey.
Yeah, I think spoiler alert, they told you to identify yourself and you immediately shot at them.
I
had definitely been there longer than them.
And then you missed, and then I joked, haha, that was a warning shot then. But yeah.
Yeah, please do.
For the record, Leif, your character has not been in these sewers for that long. That he'd been like in, we'll say, like a level of the guild, and then once the guild was broken into, he left out. So he spent more of his years just in this kind of empty, arcane chamber.
But I got out because they invaded anyway.
Correct.
So really it's on them.
Yeah, and you could think of all of this as your turf, though. The sewers were more like just you were trying to get out, and that was like maybe a couple of days of frantic running around.
Yeah, I just don't take responsibility for anything that happened to any of them.
Yeah,
because they started it.
Well, they definitely started it with Damon. They definitely tried to kill you.
Yeah.
Oh man.
That was a sweet session, John. Like all the narrative stuff was just awesome.
Yeah, so cool.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy to think that you and Tim wrote this story that we're living in.
Yeah.
It's pretty dope.
We wrote a bunch of it a long time ago, broad stroke stuff. And So the things that start to get like hazy and kind of like, oh, that doesn't make any sense. It's probably because it's just me writing it instead of me and Tim. Like the quality of story when it was both of us writing is much more refined. But it's fine. I think it's working out all right. I'm happy to have Tim
I'm into
be
it.
a loud-mouthed or like, I don't know. I guess the voice of reason criminal.
I didn't even know.
Yeah, I loved it though.
All right. Well, I'm gonna take us off the air, and then I'm gonna sign off.
Yeah.
Bye, everybody.
Yeah.
Hopefully,
Bye,
hopefully.
everybody.